try this again. I don't know what happened, but I saw that my phone was gonna shut off on me, and it did. Um, yeah, so let's try this again. I'm sorry for all of you that were on the other stream. I am here now. Um, so coming in the door, let's do our intros. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat coming in. Um, Thanks for spending y'all morning with me, Mr. Z. And we're just gonna get right into it. I was listening to this South African sister, channel name is Kidology. And she started off her video, her stream. Oh, by the way, first people in, give me a comment in the comment box so that I can know that there were people listening and that I am not talking to myself, but maybe I am. Either way. Um, so Kidology started her commentary off, and I'll put the link in the description and everything like that because I did that on the previous video and I don't know what happened, whatever. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, so we got people in. We got people in. All right. Um, South African sister, dark skinned sister, cute to me, right? Um, I guess she lives in the UK somewhere now. Um, Adopted, right? And on her video, she started off by saying, Drew Barrymore said she hadn't been in an intimate situation. I'm guessing that means sex, but then we all know as men, we know women don't count sex, right? If they didn't have if it wasn't a super enthusiastic situation, or they regret it later, or they don't see the man as being appealing later or whatever, so they like it's interesting. Men count the exact sexual experiences we've had, right? Or the sex we've had, intercourse we've had, right? The exact number, whether it's 5, 10, 20, 25, 30, 30. Women don't count it like that, right? You'll ask a woman how many times they've been, how many different partners, excuse me, they've been sexually active with, and they'll tell you 7 when it's really like 32, right? Or they'll tell you 12 when it's really like 28, right? So that's interesting. But either way, um, Drew Barrymore said she hasn't, been intimate, or at least have intimate experiences with anyone since 2016. That's about 6 years ago. Drew Barrymore, yes, that Drew Barrymore, yes, the famous redhead actress Drew Barrymore, yes, Charlie's Angels Drew Barrymore. Um, and so I'm also reminded of Charlize Theron, who's another white woman, right? Hollywood famous actress, right? Who we saw in previous interviews pretty much kind of begging guys to come up and talk to her. Yes, that Charlize Theron. Yes, the one with the black adopted son who she has dressing in traditionally girl clothes. That Charlize Theron. Okay, all right. Um yeah. So it's, as y'all can see, we have famous, rich, white starlets who are either not having sex, are not in intimate relationships, um, and that speaks to something, right? I don't want to emphasize the wall too much. Obviously, that's glaring. That is the like, I know there's like everybody that's listening right now is like, the wall, the wall, the wall. Yes, okay, the wall. Yes. Yes, and I'm gonna touch on that a little bit. I'm gonna touch on that a little bit, but it's not just that. It's it's your socioeconomic position. Yes, it's the wall. Yes, it's that men have been raised that we can't speak about this and we can't emphasize this to women, right? And women already, don't get it twisted. Some women have a sense of the wall, right? Before they even get there, they have a sense of it, right? But ego and pride makes them think they're going to be the ones that it doesn't apply to. Always, right? They'll acknowledge it applies to everyone else except for them, right? Or every other woman except for them. Ego, man, ego. So let's get into it. Drew Barrymore, Charlize Theron, but definitely Drew Barrymore, rich, famous, we already know once you start making a certain amount as a woman, you just drastically outpace everyone, including your male counterparts. So once you start creeping past about that 50, definitely by the time you start creeping past $60,000 a year, you're blowing past everyone, right? Once you pass 75, you're just in a different, atmosphere. Once you pass 100, you're out of here. We're talking about millionaires that are famous now, right? Now, we're talking about millionaires that are famous that probably don't want to date the backup dancer for someone, right? They don't want to date the backup dancer. They don't want to date the person that puts the props together in the, on scene. That's cool. There's nothing wrong with that. They might have a young fling, but nothing too serious. Okay, that's cool. There's nothing wrong with that. But that does come with a set of consequences, right? Especially if you're a over 40-year-old white woman, even if you've been keeping yourself up, who do you marry? If that's what you're looking for. We're assuming that these women are looking for marriage or at least some type of long-term marriage by any other name situation, right? They find themselves in these situations, right? I know there's a few more people in here, so let's do our intros again. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, y'all. On your way in, definitely hit that like button. Y'all already know supercharge. So super chats will be read out loud. Um, okay, and the person who we're gonna be reviewing their video, once again, I'm gonna put the link in the description. I put it in the previous one, but something happened with that. I don't know. Um, South African sister named Kidology, and so Kidology has a very interesting story. Foster child, was adopted by whites. She's one of those, the people that have been the most racist to me have been black people type, black women. So we already know where this could be going. Obviously, who she finds primarily attractive are white men. She herself has been celibate for years. She doesn't feel that her feelings have been reciprocated by the men that she primarily finds attractive, white men. Um, So she did make a separate video speaking about preferences, and she went into the race conversation. I'm gonna link that and timestamp it for you guys also in the description. Um, and she spoke about institutional racism. She acknowledges it. She, went into detail about it. Um, but her personal situation is a little different. So she says, and I'm like, no, that's also part of institutional racism. So those same type of white people that have been very kind to you, the ones that adopted you, because she went into a very short spiel about how, like, my mother didn't want me, my father didn't want me, obviously, adopted child, cool. But the fact that you're mainly attracted to white men and they mainly haven't reciprocated and you've been put in the friend zone, the woman version of the friend zone, you don't realize that that's also part of institutional racism? They're nice to you, but they ain't trying to marry you. They might have sex with you, but they ain't trying to marry you. And you realizing that and then taking yourself off the market for the past few years, you don't realize, it's interesting, like, sometimes how we separate our personal situation from the institutions that cause that personal situation or that help to frame people's minds, that help to cause our personal situation, right? Because the young lady is saying this, and she's trying to make a distinction or differentiate between her personal situation and the institutions. Like, and she acknowledges it, right? She's South African, she acknowledges it. But the same type of white mentality that produced the racism in South Africa, that produced the racism in the UK where you currently live, you lead that down the line. That's much of the same reason why those same white guys oftentimes won't reciprocate what you feel for them. By the way, that same institutional racism also affects you and is much of the reason why you find those white guys attractive in the first place. Yes, it's because of your environment, but would you have even been in your environment in that same capacity if it wasn't for the institutions, right? Who might have also helped to put your parents in that situation where they gave you up for adoption in the first place. You see what I'm saying? Right? That like and I'm almost certain because she's not an ugly woman. I'm almost certain that these white guys are offering you dick. Especially if you're like one of the few black women around, they're offering you that. You just know that's all they're offering you. Because they just want to have that on a bucket list of, oh yeah, I've had sex with a black woman. You don't you don't understand where that comes from. You're an intelligent woman. I've watched a couple of your videos. You're not dumb. You're either blinded by this or you're ignoring it. And I'm leaning towards ignoring it, right? Now, in the video, the young lady says, men have options too, or men have standards too. I'm sorry. She says men have standards too. And this is true. This is true. It's something that goes rarely acknowledged. It's something that men have been, or the society has been attempting to socialize men out of, including black men, but most particularly black men out of over the past 50 years, right? So what's going to happen, kidology, is that men are going to do less and less talking outside of the manosphere, the black manosphere specifically. We our actions will just say it, right? Because we've been socialized not to say it, we won't. We won't talk about our standards. We won't speak about women's toxicity. I'm talking about outside of the larger black manosphere, right? These young men have been socialized not to say anything, so they won't. She gives a line off of a song, right? And I'm speaking about kidology again, where she says, it is off of a song. It says, he has always been on my side, but not on me. So let's say it again. He has always been on my side, but not on me. And so it's essentially a woman speaking about being in the friend zone. This is the woman equivalent of the friend zone. And from what kidology is saying, she has been in that position, which once again, you're going to be in that position. You're surrounded by white people. Number one, before we even start talking about anything else, preferences and who finds what attractive, you're around white people. Who's going to be nice to you because you're one of the rare black people around them. And yeah, but when it comes to actually turning that into intimate relationship where they're proud to present you in public and you're their girlfriend and wedding rings and all that, maybe not so much, right? Maybe not so much. So, you know, the overall power dynamic between men and women has skewed a lot over the past few decades, but not for the elite men, for all other men, right? We have done a grave disservice in having the conversation about class and power dynamics under the top 20%, really under the top 10%. Because we're still stuck in the idea of patriarchy, this very overt, overbearing, strong hand patriarchy that every time we speak about the relationship dynamic between men and women, we speak as if we're stuck somewhere in the 1950s, right? Somewhere in the mid 50s. Even in the black community, that's how we speak, right? Not that women have into the workforce and great number, and that's skewed a lot. Not to mention 40% of women earn more than their male counterparts. And what that's done to relationships and intimacy. And it's not just the men that are stuck with this concept of being the provider protector, and then when they're not able to be that, they fall off. No, it's also the women, and like Richard Reeve has said, who get benched, right? So if you're not this is a person who this is what they do. This is a researcher for the Brookings Institute, and he has spoken very clearly. And every interview he's done about his book recently, he has emphasized that the men that are not these over providers, our society benches them as fathers. It's not just as fathers though. Our society benches them as true, real partners that women consider. That we're not talking about whether she would have sex with him. We're talking about whether she thinks that he is a viable candidate for a true relationship, right? Intimate relationship that's going to go on for years, potentially turn into marriage. So we're not, especially for millennials and Gen Z, we're not even in the place anymore where these things turn into marriage and then they get divorced 5 and 10 years later and 15 years later. We're not there anymore. These things are not even matriculating into marriage in the first place. Oftentimes, they're not even matriculating into any relationship to even turn into marriage. And as we can hear from Kidology, these women are taking them, they themselves are taking themselves off the market, at least for a little while, right? Now, Kidology says that she doesn't have any particular standard when it comes to income and lifestyle. She doesn't have an obsession with materialism and consumerism. These are not her words, but this is, what she implies, right? Okay, understandable. I won't even go into that. But many women do. This this video I'm bringing to you guys, and I call it rejected women because this is the difference between male rejection and female rejection. Male rejection is very overt. It's you walking up to a woman and she's not interested, and she tells you like, "I have a boyfriend," which can be true or cannot be true, right? Or she tells you, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not interested," right? Or she rolls her eyes at you, or she gives you the very, very, very cold shoulder, right? That is how it's often portrayed for men. You get a very overt, I am not interested. For women, it's a little different, right? For women, it's a little different. Now, the sting for them, according to them, it's the same. I would love to see a woman get nuclear rejected and see if they won't jump off a bridge the next day or that same day, right? But what we're seeing now, especially, and this is what's screaming in this overall conversation is the Calhoun experiment, right? The Mouse Utopia experiment. More and more people not having sex. You have the beautiful ones, right? You have the people that's enjoying life. They have access to everything in abundance, including intimacy and sex. They can break up with this person, jump to the next person, everything's swell. And then you have the hordes of people under them that it's not true. More and more people not only just feeling isolated but becoming isolated, isolating themselves, taking themselves off the market. And oftentimes that is because, for women in particular, it's because they're not getting what they want, and they definitely can't keep what they want. For Drew Barrymore and Charlize Theron in particular, I don't know how much that's true for Charlize Theron right now. Last time I checked, it was still true. But for Drew Barrymore to recently say, you know, that she hasn't really had intimate situations for the past 6 years. 6 years. From my understanding, she was married for some years. She has 2 children. I think 4 years, if I'm not mistaken, but for a few years. And if you go through the comments for Kidology, all you see is comment after comment after comment of women that are saying that they too didn't have a real relationship in how many years. You have 40-year-olds saying no one has ever really approached them, no one has ever liked them. 40-year-old women. Yes, by the way, that's a millennial. Early millennial, but still a millennial, right? That is what the environment is just showing over and over again what the sociologists thought they were doing. The social engineers, excuse me, not the sociologists, the social engineers, and we're assuming that whoever designed this or helped to bring this about did this in good faith. We're not putting our tinfoil hats on yet. We're not saying that they did this on purpose and this outcome is exactly what they wanted. There is a space to have that conversation, and I might delve into that conversation a little bit a little later. But for now, we're assuming that they just wanted equality between the men and the women, right? And now we're here where we've gotten more women in the workforce, more women earning more money, more women of status, and not even to the same parity as men, right? And it's women themselves that are not liking the outcome of this because nobody did the math. More women in these positions means, on average, less men in these positions, which means more women are like, yeah, no, before we even get to the emotionalism of it all, right? And that's one of my biggest gripes with Richard Reeves when Andrew Yang, former presidential candidate Andrew Yang, spoke to him about this, and he poo-pooed essentially women saying, yeah, I can't have men on my level, so I don't want. And when we say men on women's level, we're mainly talking about their status and their financial position. And actually, as a matter of fact, it's gotten so bad, we're talking about men that might even earn a bit more than these women, but these women's imagination, right? That's what we're speaking about. And it was interesting to hear Richard Reeves essentially, not even essentially, don't want to own what he's seeing because there's no way Richard Reeves isn't seeing what we're all seeing. Now, what he did tell Andrew Yang is essentially he wants to hold out. It's too early. He was pretty much saying, I have hope that women are going to change the way they view men. Listen, on the ground, as a person who somewhat recently came out the dating scene, no, they're not. No, they're not. They're going to earn more and just keep on pricing more and more men out. Psychologically, pricing more and more men out. Or should I say pricing themselves out? Right? Shout out to Oliver the Gray for the one $2 super sticker. Morning, right? So it's interesting because I know people who and black men who found Drew Barrymore very attractive. I know white men who found Drew Barrymore very attractive. And now she's here, right? And I'm thinking about Charlize Theron also, but we've heard different Hollywood starlets. Didn't we hear the former model, the Sports Illustrated model, complain a couple years ago about this? About how men aren't really approaching her like that anymore, and the men that are just want to just have some sexual situation with her because of what they remember her looking like. I'm trying really hard not to say the wall, right? And and the interesting thing about Kidology is she mentions the red pill in her video. And I should have actually said this earlier because just in case she ever comes up on this video. Yes, the red pill, Kidology. Yes, the red pill is a way that men are using the red pill to try to understand why women like you are the way they are. Right? Well spoken, you know, not unattractive. You live in a majority white country, and yet is it your own standards, air quotes standards, right? We already see how you think about race as evidenced by your own words, right? And yes, for those of you that didn't hear me earlier, Miss Kidology is one of those. The people that have been the most racist to me have been black people, type black women, right? So essentially, a chocolate dip white woman, and how is that working for her? Kidology is just a little bit more advanced than what many black, especially millennials and Gen Z women aspire to, especially the suburban ones, right? Especially the ones raised in a white suburb. Let me don't speak like there's not any black suburbs in the U.S. You're running into the consequence of that same institutional racism that you were speaking about earlier, Miss Kidology. That's what you're running into. That's why them white guys ain't trying to take you serious. That's why the same institutional racism that you acknowledged, but then when it came to you in your personal life, you said, "Well, and I'm paraphrasing, but essentially, it's the black people that have made fun of her skin color and told her she's not black because of her attitude." Well, ma'am, look at the way you think. I mean, you acknowledge the way you've been socialized because it was mainly white people that took care of you and that have adopted you and that raised you, and we're not gonna poo-poo that. But then here's the consequence of that. Primarily, your preferences are white men. The same white men that either just want to have sex with you, period, that's it, or the ones that put you in the friend zone, or some kind of mixture of both, right? Now, going back to the Drew Barrymore thing, rich, famous white woman in the United States of America, and you haven't had sex in 6 years. We're assuming you haven't had sex in 6 years. Charlize Theron over here essentially begging men to approach her, right? This is where we are now. It's one of my favorite phrases, but I mean, like, it applies. This is where we are now, right? And the friend zone is interesting because what Miss Kidology described was the friend zone. For those of you that didn't hear the quote before, she quotes a song, and in the song, or the quote that she recited from the song was, "He has always been on my side, but not on me," which is essentially the friend zone. It's the friend zone. It's a woman who has someone who rides with her, who's a good friend, but he's just not interested in her physically and sexually or romantically, right? And that welcome to the friend zone, ma'am. It's not too many women in here, but there's some women in here. It's mainly men in here. The friend zone. It's dark, it's ugly, right? The best thing you can do is cut that person off, right? And it's not really for that person, it's for you. Because as long as you're around that person, you always hold out some type of hope that it could be different. There's always that some type of hope it could be different. Now you'll play it down. Some days are worse than other days. For men, we've all been in the friend zone at least once, so we know, right? And so Kidology also speaks about the power dynamic between men and women that often goes unspoken about, right? Unsaid, particularly when it comes to intimacy and relationships, right? That we speak as if women have all the eggs in their basket and men have none. Men do have one very, 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 very important egg in their basket. It's called time. It's called time. As we get older, as we get more established, as we get more mature and find our way and find our footing in life, and we come into our own, that's when the things start to shift. See, this is something that the red pill speaks about all the time. Women's power advantage for the most part is all front loaded. Before the age of 35, 30, I know a lot of people say 23, 25. Meh. Before the age of 30, 35, y'all are superheroes. Before the age of 30, 35, y'all are superheroes. Definitely before the age of 30. Before the age of 30, men have nothing for you. As a matter of fact, there's more and more data saying that the younger you go, the more the women outpace the men, both educationally and financially. We already are dealing with 40% of women earning more than their male counterparts. I'm almost certain if you control for a certain age group, that number is going to rise to like maybe 50+%, which wouldn't be an issue as much as people think it would. It is, excuse me, if it wasn't for the way women see men. Not the way men see women, but the way women see men. Right? So continuing. So you already deal with the power dynamic the way it is. Where pretty much before the age of 30, before the age of 35, but definitely before the age of 30, women have this outsized power. Mainly because they're a youth in their sexuality. Hands down. Hands down. But because you don't really understand that power and you think it's going to last until 40 and 45 and 50 and 55, and you take it for granted. When the power dynamic starts to change, and remember, men have essentially been socialized, you don't nuclear reject women, right? What ends up happening, and men have been socialized, you don't say necessarily anything mean about women in public, anything mean to women in public, right? What do men do? We just don't talk to you. We don't talk about you. For all of you that remember, there was a video of what's the heavy set sister name? Gabby Sidibe. This is way before she got married and all of that. And she was on set with the white dude, the lead character from Dawson's Creek. And she was gushing over him, drooling over him, attempting to flirt with him. For any of you that ever seen the video I'm speaking about, and you could tell he was borderline uncomfortable. He was blushing a little bit, but he was borderline uncomfortable. And it's the way he just, you know, kind of sidestepped the situation every time she would advance. Same way you see Chris Evans handles Lizzo. You play with it a little bit, but you kind of try to sidestep it. I gotta read this comment. Ryan James, hypergamy and so-called equal pay. How does that work? That's having your cake and eating it too. And I'm gonna make a tangent because you just stepped into some of my favorite conversation. And this is something that Mr. Z has been screaming, right? For anyone that would listen, it can't work. What they're banking on, because they already got the men. The men and the boys already been socialized. They already got the men. They're banking, and okay, once again, we're not putting our tinfoil hats on, right? Not yet, not yet. They're banking on eventually the women succumbing to the numbers. And what Mr. Z is saying, yes, anecdotal for the most part, but the numbers are showing it more and more. Less children coming out, and once again, we have the idea of the Mouse Utopia project or the Mouse Utopia experiment in the back of your mind while Mr. Z is speaking, right? But what I'm screaming is the women are showing you through action. No, they're not coming off of it. For those of you that remember my previous, I think it was either my previous video or the one before that, where I was saying between, remember, you're talking about the same group of people that you've been selling hyper materialism to and consumerism to for the better part of the past 4 or so decades. You've essentially allowed them to commodify the opposite sex. Now, because of the way men and women have been working traditionally on this planet, I don't know, for like 10,000 years, um, it's different how men are going to commodify women than the way women are going to commodify men. And so when you're dealing with this kind of, we want air quotes equality between the sexes in the workforce and equal pay, there's nothing wrong with that. But then when the women start to outpace the men, this is speaking of what Richard Reeve was saying, educationally and just little by little financially, that's the women closing the window on the men that they want, not the men closing the window on what they want in women. It's the women. We've been beating up on men. Don't be insecure about her pay. Don't be insecure about her status. Don't be insecure about her pay. Don't be insecure about her status. And what you found is more and more men are like, yeah, I'm cool with my wife making more than me. I don't care. What you're finding is the women are the ones with the issue with their husband making more than them. And if these particular sociologists are to be believed, they don't know what to do with that. They're trying to ignore it more and more. They're still trying to shame their men to earn more. They're at the very fringes. They're still speaking about, well, not even on the very fringes. Remove that comment. They're still trying to shame the men and say, "Oh, it's you. You're the ones that's insecure." You got to be honest. It's the women. Oliver the Great said they out of pocket, right? So this is something that goes, no one really wants to say it. Like I said, I've on the fringes, I've heard just a little bit. I've heard Anna Kasparian from TYT touch on it just a little bit, right? TYT has covered it a little bit, but for the most part, all the all the kind of social commentators and the talking heads, the news anchors, they're all staying away from the very clear and obvious. The women are saying, yeah, the more I make, the more he better make. Men don't say that. That's a woman thing. And the society looks like they think that women are going to break. They're not. As a millennial, I can tell you, millennials, and from what I see from the oldest of Gen Z that I interact with, those women are not coming off of it. The ones that are on that, and the problem is that it's not all women. By the way, I want to emphasize this. Let's emphasize this. It's not all women. It's debatable whether it's even most women, but it's enough. It's significant enough. It is a critical mass of women that are on that to destabilize your society. It's not no 1 in 5% of women that are like, you know what? No matter how much I make, he better make insane amount. Like I said earlier, you're talking about the generations of people that you've sold hyper materialism to and consumerism to for like 40 years, right? And now that they're adults and they're earning, okay, you're dealing with a college educated woman, white, black, Latina, right? Definitely Asian, but white, black, Latina. You're dealing with a college educated woman that makes let's say $55,000 a year. First of all, she already earns more than the median income of men. Already at 55. Then she wants what out of a man? Right? We already see American Enterprise Institute. 26% of poor Americans are married. 39% of middle class Americans are married. 56% of upper middle class and above. Scott Galloway and others have spoke about women's assortative mating. Translation, women's hypergamy. She's college educated. She wants a man that's college educated and above, right? So grad school, PhD, law school, med school, right? No one want. Look at how we even say it now. College educated people practice assortative mating even more than others. It's the women. And as a matter of fact, the researcher that spoke about this was a sociologist, said, "Oh, it's been getting increasing because back in the day, um, back in the day, college educated people dated and married more outside of that spectrum. So what's the difference between now and 20 plus years ago? Oh, more women have entered, the college and university environment. So why can't we just say that the women are the ones that are saying, yeah, I got this education now, so he got to have this and above. And the only way for him to not to, the only way for this not to apply to him is for him to make that much more than me without a college education. Why is it so hard to just say it? Right? Oliver the Gray says, a bad person is a bad person even in Mac makeup. We're selling education and status and materialism to people with bad attitudes and horrible personalities, right? That don't know how to socialize with others and that are spoiled brats. And so all your sons may want to do with them is have sex with them for real, because what else is there to do with your spoiled brat daughters that y'all raised over the past 40 years? Right? Kidology is speaking about the power dynamic between men and women. As I said earlier, we told the men that you can't speak and be honest. You're a sexist, misogynistic monster if you speak about the fact that your mothers raise brats in their daughters. All we do is do the whole we love our sons and we raise our daughters, right? In translation, we raise our daughters to be mature adults and we raise our sons to be perpetual children, big immature children, right? That's what we've been saying for the better part of well, at least in the black community, we've been saying that forever. We have been saying that forever in the black community. We love our sons, we raise our daughters. And in the black community, what that means is we're trash to our daughters. We abuse them, we treat them like garbage, and then we baby our sons. That's what it's been meant to mean. And now everyone can see what black, white, and Latina women are on. More and more, even though we're trying to ignore it as a society. Rest in peace, Kevin Samuels. The gift that keeps on giving. Y'all got hours of footage of spoiled brat, materialistic, consumerist, right? Commodifying the opposite sex women from across the planet, the Western world mainly, from varying different races and ethnicities and backgrounds. Yes, it's primarily black women because Kevin Samuels was a black man. And they all are pretty much describing the same top 20-ish, really top 10, top 20-ish, really top 5, top 20-ish, really top 1, top 20-ish men. Y'all want to know why they hated Kevin so much? The man ain't do nothing but put a microphone and a camera up and just let their daughters talk. And their daughter exposed how horrible their mother's raising them was. Ooh, I wasn't supposed to say that out loud. Y'all want to know why they hated Kevin so much? Because Kevin exposed how horrible the mothers were. Not even the daughters. Not so much. Yeah, we all, obviously, y'all saw the women that were calling in. No, 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 no. This is about the moms. Shout out to the brother Rael. Y'all want to know why, right? This is why they hated, because it was an indictment of all that crap y'all been saying for about 50-ish, 60-ish years. But mainly the past 40 years, because y'all had unfettered access to the minds of millennials and Gen Z. And they called this man by the boatloads, sounding insane. From the 40-something-year-olds all the way to the ones that they were sneaking off. They just turned 18 yesterday, sneaking a call while they still in their parents' house because they don't want their parents to hear them speaking to Kevin. All of them sounding crazy as hell. Unfettered access through TV, through movies, through magazines, through music for 40 plus years. And this is what is produced. A bunch of women that don't even like being around each other. Oh, I wasn't supposed to say that out loud. And Kidology is talking about power dynamics. Okay. 40 years plus. I've had a personal experience recently, and I'm going to try to be vague but give a bit of detail, where men were organizing and doing something and women were organizing and doing something. Very important, right? This was a very special day, very important day. The men kept no drama, none. Zero drama, zero. Just like the women, some of the men knew each other, some of them didn't. The men kept no drama, none. Someone here tell me that y'all think the same thing happened with the women. Who here want to take that bet? Who here want to take that bet? The men kept, when I say no drama, helping each other out in good faith. Oh, let me fix this for you. Let me fix that. Oh, all right, we good. Oh yeah, I met you before. Yeah. Okay, oh, yeah. Yep. Anybody want to say the same thing for the women? Women that can't even be around other women are chastising men for not marrying their daughters who they raised to be spoiled brats like them. Y'all hear this? We didn't even start talking about the money yet. Y'all want to talk about personality? Okay, fine. Y'all want to talk about character and character flaw? Fine. Let's go into it. The other day we were speaking about Paris Milan and Real Talk with Yanni. Both of those sisters are cute. Now, Paris Milan supposedly is engaged, right? Shout out to him, whoever you are. Now, let me ask all you brothers in here. Which one of y'all would have risked that? We keep speaking about raising essentially big, immature sons that are well into their 30s, maybe even 40s, that are just big toddlers. That's all we do. And no one's saying anything about your bratty daughters. Spoiled, bratty daughters. And I'm talking about the ones that grew up with things and the ones that didn't. So it's not even the ones that were born with a silver spoon up their rear end. Even the ones that weren't. Materialistic, mean, sassy for no reason, delusional, bratty women that can't even get along with each other for more than 3 years. Definitely not more than 5 years. And yet you're asking a man to turn this woman into an honest wife for decades until death. Until death. Y'all can't even be around each other for more than 5 years. Right? So that goes to the comment. The brother just the brother just triggered something when he said that. Like for real, like, you know, and it's true. And it's true. Let me find the brother's comment again. So Alan Stranger. Okay, before I address that, you know what? I'm gonna come back to Alan Stranger's comment. I'm gonna come back to Alan Stranger's comment. So Ryan James, and this is what triggered this little rant that y'all heard. Ryan James says, hypergamy and so-called equal pay. How does that work? That's having your cake and eating it too. Well, nobody wants to be honest about that. That's the rant I was going on. No one wants to be honest about that, brother. Because and I'm going off of what Richard Reeves said to Andrew Yang. And excuse me, guys, I am recording in the car, so y'all are gonna hear it start, and y'all gonna hear the little beep, and I'm gonna turn on the air a little bit because the sun is starting to come out in Florida for real, and you know it's Florida, so it's either hot or raining, and it's not raining right now, which means it's gonna be hot in a little bit, right? But yeah, so um, it oh yeah, so when Andrew Yang said what he said, which to paraphrase was essentially like, what about the women and da da da, how they think about men and and when Richard Reeves essentially replied, it's too soon, we can't really call it. Yeah, no, no, we can, no, we could call it, we could call it. And Richard Reeves actually did say, well, if women really start to outpace men like that, I haven't really considered same-sex relationships. I think y'all know a certain person, certain small YouTube speaker, commentator, who's been saying that also. I think he has a picture of a turbo as his thumbnail, who's been pretty much saying that's where it's gonna go for a lot of women, right? And even that isn't permanent. It's on a spectrum because they're only doing that because they're essentially throwing a grown person temper tantrum because they can't get the type of opposite sex they want, so they'll engage in relationship with the same sex. I want to say this. I want to say this so y'all can really get it, because I got to be blatant about what I'm saying. Women, particularly black women, will engage in same-sex relationships with women that earn the same or less than them than be in a heterosexual relationship with a man that earns less than them if they can't get the man that earns more than them. And when I say earn, yes, it's money, but it's also status and whatnot, and position and whatnot. And we're seeing that more and more. And even Richard Reeves, because Andrew Yang backed him into a corner with that. And you could see the spark in Richard Reeves when he said it, because he truly hadn't considered it to that point. At least I believe him when he said that. Right? Okay, Gabar, I will. Gabar says check out Immore last vid. Art of Immore last vid. Okay, I will. I will. Right? And I'm saying all of this because Kidology is speaking about being rejected, right? And that's why I titled this Rejected Woman. Kidology is speaking about being rejected. And like this is a black South African woman who was adopted by white people, raised by white people, now, from my understanding, now lives in the UK, primarily physically attracted to white men, who she admits essentially put her in the friend zone. She also says she hasn't had sex in years, and her video was sparked by Drew Barrymore. Yes, Charlie's Angels, Drew Barrymore, um, saying that she hasn't had sex since she got divorced, from my understanding, back in 2016. So we're working on about 6 years of no sex. And there were a lot of women in the comment section saying the same thing, right? There are a lot of women in the comment section saying the same thing. And so what's interesting about that is that I said this before, right? When when Khadija did the video about the menses are lonely or the menses are in trouble, when Kim from Fort Harriet spoke about um um which video did she do? What was the title of that video? And it was a bunch of women in her comments saying, yeah, I haven't been in a relationship for this long, or I haven't had sex for this long. Well, I'm 33, 37, and I haven't had sex in this long, and you know, or oh no, I haven't been in a relationship ever, in real, like a real relationship. And yes, once again, Mouse Utopia Project, shout out to BGS, shout out to the nameless protagonist, right? Yes, those. But it's interesting to see this like in real time on the ground with human beings, right? And how human beings internalize and speak about living the Mouse Utopia Project or experiment. I keep on saying project, my apologies, right? And the younger you come down, the younger you get, the more you see young people talking on sex, right? Talking sex. What someone said it before. A bunch of sexualized, sexless beings or something like that. Someone said it, I think, in my comments, right? A bunch of just people talking all this sex and not engaging in it, right? And I don't know if that was their exact words, but I'm saying it like that, like a bunch of sexualized, sexless beings. And it's not just about the sex. I want to be very clear. When I say sex, think about everything: the intimacy, the touching, the kissing, knowing somebody cares about you like that, knowing someone, and the fact that we're not actually engaging in it, but it's all over. Like it's just, it's not explicit so much. Well, sometimes it's implicit in our television shows, in our definitely in our commercials. You have all this implication of sex, and yet on people's day-to-day lives, you got sexless marriages rising. You have young people engaging in the activity less, right? This is like the building blocks of a society. This is the foundation of humanity. Not just a society, not just a community, not just a family or a couple. Your entire human population is built off of this. They better hope they get the artificial wombs out on the market affordable enough soon enough. Right? Right? But it's interesting listening to this young lady speak about essentially being in the friend zone, not having sex for years, preferences, right? And then hearing the social engineers and designers and commentators and essentially saying, no, it's the men. And the women will come off of it eventually. No, they're not. No, they're not. Millennial and Gen Z women are not going to come off of this. The ones that think like this are not going to come off of it, and it will affect your society. Right? But I listen to Real Talk with Yanni. She's pushing this. The air quotes "don't settle" thing. And when we say "don't settle," understand what that means. And it's the same lane as Lisa Ray, when she was speaking to Trick Daddy. Men have always paid my bills, and if you can't pay this, and you can't pay that, and you can't afford this, that's what Real Talk with Yanni is on. Essentially, your man got to be the paymaster. He got to be able to carry the whole load by himself. And there are enough women, not all women, but there are enough women that are looking for that and mean it. White, black, and Latina, obviously Asian, that it will have an effect on your society. Those women always existed, always, but it wasn't to this level, and to this level will affect your society. And these people will make think pieces, they will make videos speaking about this and not being honest about the fact that the women said, yeah, nah, not having any children, not getting married to or for any man that doesn't provide at this capacity, whether this capacity is delusional or not. Shout out to all you advertising execs over the past 40, 50 years. Thank you. Right? Even you entertainers, all you people all of y'all that were making money, but you still rented out a super mansion so you could show off on cribs back in the day. Oh, y'all thought Mr. Z forgot? And it wasn't just the black rappers that were doing it, by the way. Y'all were making some money, but y'all were renting out other people's homes to present on cribs. Thank you. Right? What Sweetie said? If your man ain't buying you a Birkin, all right. Thank you, Sweetie. Thank you. Shout out to the brother Quavo. Try to take that nigga with Xbox or PlayStation. That didn't turn out too well. Oh, wow. Okay. Shout out to Namer. Namer says, have you ever seen the British documentary by Channel 4 called Sex, Lies, and what's it called? Rinsing Guys? No. I will check it out. I will check it out. Right? And so when hearing women, and I'm not, we're human beings. Everyone truly does have a preference. No one is obligated to like you because you like them. That's real. That is real. So to say that women don't get rejected would be a lie. Do women get rejected like men get rejected? Now that's debatable. Do women get rejected the way men get rejected? Oh, hell no. Right? Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, y'all. Super chats will be read out loud. Right? So when to hear women speak about these things in a vacuum, right? It's how we get here. Right? To speak about these things in a vacuum is how we get here. Because I wonder if Richard Reeves is watching Real Talk with Yanni in Paris, Milan, right? To get an idea of why these things are the way they are. Right? These things, excuse me, aren't in a vacuum. And when Kidology speaks about this power dynamic between men and women when it comes to intimacy and relationship, what do men really have the power to do except ignore you in this current environment? Right? The women that we don't find attractive, and excuse me, y'all, I know my sinuses, but the women that we don't find attractive, that's what we can do. And what's interesting about this is everyone thinks that those women move on. They don't. That man or that archetype of man stays with them. Back in the day, that woman would still get married. She would still have children. She would want that particular man, that particular type of man, excuse me, archetype of man, but she would still get on with her life. These newfangles, under the age of 40, under the age of 45, said, screw that. I'm not. And it's enough of a population to actually affect how your society is moving. It actually is affecting how your society is moving. So if you're gonna speak about these power dynamics, kidology, and I watched like definitely one of her previous videos where she was speaking about race and her preferences, right? And she did one of those, the people that have been the most racist to me have been black people type thing. Then you get, essentially, you're a chocolate dip white woman in a racist country, and your preference is white men. How is that supposed to work? Shout out to the brother Ryan James. The brother was like, "How is this supposed to work?" We gotta ask Kidology, "How is this supposed to work?" You're a dark-skinned sister. I think she got a cute face. Dark-skinned sister, right? Who essentially has been socialized like a white woman because you were raised by white people, right? Adoptee, raised by white people. Your preference for the most part is white men, and you're in the UK. All right, have fun with those numbers, right? Well, okay, that okay. So Lord Juno says, Mr. Z, what's so ironic is by them trying to do away with masculinity, they're doing away with femininity. I would say they're trying to make masculinity work for them. And listen and listen clear. Now we put it on tinfoil hat. Now we go on tinfoil hat. And my estimation, what they're really saying is if you, only the top 20% of men are going to be able to be masculine. Everybody else, there's no need for you to be masculine. We don't want you to be masculine. And when I say top 20, now I'm not only talking about income. I'm talking about looks also. I'm talking about physicality also, height also, right? Build also, right? So the top 20% of men that would get those type of matches on Match.com or on any one of these, Tinder or anything like that, those guys get to be masculine. Either the ones that's showing their money or the ones that are physically, imposing. And if obviously if you're both those guys, that's what women's actions, not their words, their actions are showing that. Because when they're complaining about men, they're talking about those hegemonic men, those top 5% of men really. And then they're taking that and blanketing all men with that idea. You men get to do this and y'all get to have sex with these and then y'all get to do this and then. Who's these guys? Who are these guys? Oh, you mean those same men up top, up there? So the men that you ignore for the most part, you're comparing to those top men. No, no, no. You're making it seem like we're all those top men, the men that you covet. Right? So when you speak about the femininity thing, it's interesting because what we're finding is that, and me and Dr. Umar Johnson actually got caught up in this, right? And a couple of other people that I will leave. I want to say nameless, but I'm not speaking about the nameless protagonist. But I will leave nameless because they didn't get caught. Like I said it, and Dr. Umar fell for it. But there's other brothers in the Black Manosphere that also kind of fell for this too. But like they said stuff, but it's on like it's spread out on different channels, so I ain't gonna expose them. But what we see is that there's certain men that are performing femininity, especially black femininity, in a way that's really deceiving, and you're gonna think that they are women because they act a lot like some of your stereotypical black women. Yeah, to the point where they even tricked a few black women and a significant number of black men because because you're poo-pooing masculinity, like you said, brother, that means femininity is on the table also to be played with. And guess what that means for you, ladies? Yeah. You think it doesn't matter because it's not enough dudes transitioning yet. But as more and more men see that road as the path of least resistance, right? Or at least they think it's the path of least resistance, and the world will be just a smidge more kinder to them, you'll see. It's only not a problem now because it's not a problem now, if that makes any sense to y'all. And by the time you think it's a problem, it'll be too late. You don't think it's a problem now because you don't see it as competition. Because your ego is talking. Ain't no man gonna outwomen me. Da, 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 da. All right. Science and technology is a beast. Science and technology is a beast. So you're right for millennial and older millennials and older. You're right for now. Let's see what your daughters and nieces have to say about it, especially within the next 10-ish, 15 years. Right? Your femininity is already under attack. Your femininity is already under attack. At least men know our masculinity is under attack. Right? And our ego is not in the way. Not at least for that. Not at least for acknowledging. Right? That's number one. Number two, if the goal is the top 20% or above, and by the way, Miss Kidology, that's what it is. Maybe not for you, Miss Kidology, but for a lot of your subscribers, even the ones that's acting like it's not. Right? Because if we were to ask them, rest in peace, Kevin, if we were to ask them what type of lifestyle they're trying to live, and we press them to start describing it, because now they're trying to get vague with the language. You gotta dig and push back a little bit to kind of push the issue. And you see how delusional they get. Why that matters, and for those of you that just got in here, so we're speaking about the South African sister named Kidology, or at least that's her YouTube handle, her YouTube name. She's living in the UK right now, if I'm not mistaken, and she made a video essentially starting off with the fact that Drew Barrymore said something along the lines, yes, the actress Drew Barrymore, Charlie's Angels Drew Barrymore. I know I've said this like 3 or 4 times for those of you that have been here from the beginning, but we're just recapping for the people that just got in. Drew Barrymore said that she hasn't, it sounded a little vague, but to paraphrase, she hasn't been intimate with anyone since 2016. Now that's 6 years ago. So even if you want to count COVID, that was still 3 to 4 years before COVID, right? We're not even a couple months away from 2023. So soon it's going to be 7 years, right? That she hasn't done anything with anyone, at least intimately. So she says. Now, I said earlier, we got to be careful about that because we know for men, we count our sexual experience. We count how many people we have sex with literally to the number. If it's 4 women, it's 4 women. If it's 7 women, it's 7 women. If it's 10 women, it's 10 women. If it's 25 women, it's 25 women. If it's 50 women, it's 50 women. Women count a little different. They don't count the bad experiences. They don't count the minute man. They don't count the man that they didn't really feel like that. They don't count the man that if they told their friends about or their associates about, because their best friend knows, their associates about, they would be embarrassed. So if they had sex with 25 guys, they'll tell you about 7. Maybe. So if Drew Barrymore says 2016, let's, for argument's sake, let's say she's being honest about it, right? Famous, rich actress Drew Barrymore, right? And I also mentioned Charlize Theron because I wanted to remind people about how Charlize said she was pretty much begging men to approach her. For those of you that remember a couple years ago. So these are 2 rich, famous white women. Now I know brothers are going to be like, post-wall, post-wall, post-wall. Yes, but still. For the conversation, these are 2 rich, famous, in Hollywood white women who are either not having sex, and remember, it's not just about the sex, it's about the intimacy, it's about the connection and all of that, right? Or not in any real romantic relationship. And what does that mean for your society? What does that mean for everybody further down from them? We're using their experiences to have a conversation about the rest of us. Even the ones of us that are in relationships and are happy and are intimate, right? And are having sex. We're talking about them to have a larger conversation about the environment and our overall society, including within the Black community. And I think I would argue, yes, more Black people are having sex than white people, right? Especially with each other. Yes, I would say that. But I think even with that said, I think it's going underreported how many Black people aren't. How many Black people aren't in any relationship? How many Black people aren't getting intimate with each other or even with people outside the Black community? I think it's going underreported, especially for the women. I've said it before, for those of you that remember Mr. Z saying it, yes, there are Black women that are out here. We see them. We know about them. We know about the Keishas that are, and so, my apologies to the actual real Keishas that are like, I don't fit into these stereotypes. My apologies, right? But we're not speaking about the Keishas that are out here, that everyone knows about, right? The ones that have had sex with how many Black men, and they've had sex with white dudes, and they've had sex with Latino dudes, and they got a couple of kids from a couple of different dudes. We're not speaking about those women. We are talking about the women that you wouldn't know, haven't been in a relationship for so long, haven't had sex for so long, don't have any children, don't have any prospects, and who are either socially awkward or insufferable to be around. Right? Or maybe even a mixture of the two, excuse me. Right? And what happens when your society doesn't just have 1 or 2% of those type of women? When your society has within the double digits of those type of women, 15, 20, 25% of your women are some type of socially awkward, insufferable, can't connect to the opposite sex, right? And this is something very important, and this is something that Professor Chantel Buggs was speaking about. Say they want a certain type of man on paper, say they're attracted to a certain type of man on paper, but then their actions show differently. This is where you get into that, this is where you get into the virtue signaling, Where I want a man that acts like this and that does this and that is equal like this and equal like that. In reality, no, they're not actually physically attracted to that type of man. And you had a mixed black white woman, PhD in sociology. So this is not just her opinion. Say this. Then you had Miss Jennifer Lundquist, PhD in sociology and demography, speak about how the determining factor in all of these dating apps is da, 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 race, and how white men run the yard. Anyone here surprised? Right? Everybody talking about their preferences, right? Everyone's speaking about their preferences when it's clear what the issue here is. White supremacy, anyway, right? So, Kidology in her video, and by the way, I'm gonna put it in the description for those of you that it's in the. I'm gonna delete the previous video. It's only like 30, I mean 30, 40 seconds long. Something I had technical difficulties. I don't know what happened with my phone, but I'll put everything in the description so y'all can know what I'm speaking about. But it's a, like I said, South African sister, by the way, a UK, or she's living in the UK, or is it the other way around? UK sister, by the way, South Africa. I don't know. But yeah, so she she's speaking about the Drew Barrymore situation, where Drew Barrymore says she hasn't had sex in years. We're speaking about what that means for our overall society, for even your rich, famous people not having sex in years, and not, you know, it's a thing because they said it, right? It's not like we were digging and found secrets. No, you know, it's a thing. You know, it's notable because a woman is telling you she hasn't had sex in years, which means it's bothering her, which means it's notable, and that means it's something that we can talk about. If it wasn't bothering her, she wouldn't mention it. And if it wasn't bothering Kidology, she wouldn't mention it. And she wouldn't speak about it in jest and kind of giggle it off, but you could tell it's something that bothers her. And the reason why she even made a video about it, about Drew Barrymore saying this, is because it's something that bothers her. But we're going to see this more and more with women. Them taking themselves off the table and then being mad about it, or being annoyed about it, or being depressed about it. Right? Right? And as Kidology said, and I'm going to paraphrase, she said, you know, some of us just can't be intimate with anyone, just with any old person. That's understandable. And as a woman, I'm happy that as a man to see a woman saying that. I just don't can't be intimate with anyone. Cool. That's actually, you know, a good thing. Until we factor in your delusion and your air quotes standards and what you're not gonna settle for, and your concepts of struggle love and materialism and consumerism and commodifying the opposite sex and the feminist ideology that has pretty much made you think that most men are toxic. You see, when we start putting everything together, all those Jenga blocks, you see how you could quickly find yourself taking yourself off the market because you decided that most men ain't worth it? Yeah. See how we got a problem here? Right? DeVito, I don't know what book you're speaking about, but if you're speaking about the Richard Reeves book, it's called Of Boys and Men. If you hear me just say put it in the book, I'm probably speaking about a phrase or something that I said that I thought was cool, or something that someone else said that I thought was cool, and it should be in the book. We just call it just a proverbial book that we just have a bunch of quotes and sayings and one-liners and stats in there and phrases and everything like that. Right? And when Kidology also speaks about the power dynamic between men and women, the intimate power dynamic between men and women, as I was saying earlier, when we speak about the power dynamic between men and women, men can't be honest. We've socialized most of our men to not say certain things out loud, right? Or be deemed some sexist, misogynistic monster, right? So your men aren't saying it outside of this red pill-ish space, this manosphere, particularly black manosphere space. Men aren't saying it. Okay, then fine, right? What did she say? She recited a song lyric that says, "He has always been on my side, but not on me." Female friend zone. That's the women's friend zone, right? She speaks about men have standards too. Yes, men have standards also. Welcome. Welcome. Men have standards also. Yes. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. Two comments. Lord Juno says, Mr. Z, I'm tired of seeing grown men twerk with women on TikTok. Hysterical. Karma. Ryan James says, karma, the acceptable substitute for accountability. Look, we speak about, like I said earlier, we speak about raising immature sons and how our sons are big man children, right? Boy men, essentially. And we've been speaking about this for decades. And we spoke about it in a vacuum, as if we didn't raise spoiled, bratty daughters. Spoiled, bratty daughters that can't even manage to be around each other for more than 5 years. But you want your sons, who you say you raised as big man babies, to take care of your bratty daughters for a lifetime. Your bratty daughters can't even be around each other for more than 5 years. And you want a man to be around your bratty daughters for a lifetime. Men have relationships going back 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Right? Across state lines. Their neighbors, their high school friends, their college friends. Right? Go to the same barber for decades. Right? Even video games, hang around the same people for years. And a new Forza is going to come out. You getting it too? Yeah, I'm going to get it the first week. The new 2K whatever coming out. You getting it? Yeah. And you want men. Let's go over this again. Who falls for the majority of divorces? What's the number one reason for divorce? And you have an issue with the men because why now? Right? What's going on, Detroit? You have an issue with the men because why now? Kidology. You speak about men and their preferences. Yeah, men have preferences too. You speak about the power dynamic. We already speak about in the red pill space how women are essentially superheroes before the age of 30, 35, and how y'all take it for granted. And when men on the north side of 30 and 35s and they have their ducks in a row, it's a different ball game, right? The nameless protagonist says, back to the commodification of relationships. They are not socialized to acknowledge the needs of others, let alone decorum, ceremony, and empathy. Right? This transactional society is a product of industrialism. Right? And our society is ignoring that, is ignoring their daughters. And, for those of you that didn't catch it, I'm going to say all of this all over again. So, for those of you that caught it before, I am sorry. You're going to have to hear this again. You're going to hear it like a million times throughout my entire video life. Okay? So, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's just a talking point, and I like this talking point. One of these people's biggest gripes with Kevin Samuels is the fact that all he did was put a microphone and a camera up and let their daughters talk. You want to talk about commodification? Nameless. You want to talk about commodification? What did we see on Kevin's show night after night? Whether it was on IG or whether it was on YouTube. What did we see night after night? A bunch of materialistic consumerists that commodified the opposite sex and tried to make the opposite sex adhere to that. Right? They tried to find some verbose way of saying, yeah, I see you as a walking wallet. What's wrong with that? Isn't that what you're supposed to be? Isn't that what a real man is? I mean, like, wait, you're not a walking wallet? And an over glorified guard dog? Wait, what? You're not just a thing, a utility? Right? They can't, unless they're gonna delete his channel, but then we done saved so much of his videos and stuff like that, it's practically a waste. And the ball is already rolling anyway, right? The gift that keeps on giving even after the grave. The gift that keeps on giving even after the grave. Now you got women admitting, yeah, I haven't had sex in 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. I'm 37. I've never been in a real relationship. I'm 40. I've never been in a real relationship. And no, it's not just black women saying that, right? It's as if before the Black Manosphere in particular, and it's definitely before the pre-COVID, really, everybody was just walking in a daze of lies. And I'm not saying that most of us still aren't in a daze of lies, but people being forced to sit home for a little while definitely shook up their lives and shook up society, honestly. Right? What was interesting is that because these people weren't in a classroom setting, they weren't being overtly polled, they could say a man is his money. The young women who don't know to be coy And that's why you would hear Kevin occasionally say, "Save it. Y'all got my permission to make a video about this and whatnot." Because we caught a couple of women saying, especially the younger ones, saying, "We don't need y'all anymore. So why would we want to be with y'all if y'all are not this?" Essentially, we don't need y'all unless y'all are a walking wallet. What did I just say to the brother Ryan James? Nah, yeah, was it Ryan James, one of the brothers that said, you know, they're coming after their femininity also. Yeah, but they don't see a problem with this overall society or the powers that be coming for the bottom 80% of men's masculinity. They ain't trying to be with you no way. And because all of them think they're going to be the one to win the lottery ticket, white, black, Latina, Asian, or otherwise, they all think they're going to be the one to win the top 20% man lottery ticket. Really, the goal is to win the ostentatious wealth of the top 1%. And at least the power, access, and influence of the top 10%. They'll settle for the top 20. They'll have oops babies with the top third. Right? And our society is ignoring that. And Kidology is ignoring that. The nameless protagonist says they have axioms like, I can struggle by myself. Yep. I can do bad all by myself. I can struggle by myself. No struggle love. All of that. Right? There's a consequence to that. And our egos and prides as human beings always makes us think or feel like we're gonna be the exception to the rule. We make these absolutist statements, and now we're making these absolutist statements online. And then now you gotta live that. You can't even backtrack from it because you done showed your face and you said it online for thousands to see, if not tens or hundreds of thousands. Right? And I promise you, the people that backtrack in the future, all those swillers and divestors that end up with black men, all those no struggle love women that end up with regular working class dudes, they're going to tell you they matured. It's not that they matured. It's that the society gave them no option. It's either this or be single. Right? It's either this or be single. Or maybe engage in some same-sex relationships. Right? Let me read the nameless protagonist's other comment. He says, "The thing, Z, is it's a zero-sum game." I'm gonna go into that, nameless. I'm gonna go into that. The thing is, Z, it's a zero-sum. If they can't get in that upper tier, they will be a lone or side piece, leaving a bottom 33 invisible and another 50 effectively single. Nameless, I've been saying that. The nameless protagonist was here to see when Mr. Z first made my presence known in the Black Manosphere, and he's been hearing me say that since the beginning. Ask him if I'm lying. I didn't need sociologists to tell me it. I didn't need economists to tell me it. I didn't need demographers to tell me it. Now, it's good that they're saying it now, right? There are people in this space right now that's listening to me. I ain't gonna put their name out there just in case they don't want me to let y'all know that they're really a super close friend of mine, my best friend actually, right? Ask him. I've been saying that type of stuff since high school. Hey, I'm 36. I've been saying that. Because you could smell it in the air, you could see it. And plus, I truly think that a self-aware black man, black boy, is a sociologist by default. I think a self-aware black male in this country is a sociologist by default. Master's degree by high school, PhD level by the time you're 30. You are a sociologist by default. Better than everyone else. You heard it right. Right? You heard it right. So what Nameless is saying is true. And we're watching it happen. We watched it first track with the marriage rate and who's married and who's divorced. I think the best. Ooh, talk about economist language. I just thought about this. For those of us that have our kind of ears to the grindstone when it comes to news and current events, you remember right when it was kind of still in the middle of COVID, but right in the beginning of things starting to get air quotes a little normal, just a little normal. Y'all remember them speaking about the K-shaped recovery, right? I'm playing with the notion, but our entire society, right? So I've known about Richard Reeves before the book of Boys and Men, way before. For those of you that have heard me always mention Dream Hoarders, that's his book. I watched a bunch of his interviews and things like that. And so Dream Hoarders is how I kind of solidified the idea of the top 20%, not just hoarding money, but like the book title says, dreams and opportunities, right? And what Richard Reeves speaks about in his book is how the top 20% actually actively try to sabotage the bottom 80%. They don't just have their money in their position and then just go off and live their life. No, they actively attempt to sabotage the bottom 80%. And I think about that when I think about relationships and intimacy. The K-shaped recovery, right? The professional managerial class, the top 20%, right? Michael Sandel and his book, The Myth of Meritocracy, or is it The Tyranny of Meritocracy, right? And what that means for the overall society and community, and then the black community in particular. And I don't want to give y'all like depression porn right now, but until we get this fixed, I don't really see how we fix anything else, because the relationships and the intimacy and the sex and the way we view each other as the opposite sex is inextricably linked to the way people see the economy and see their position in this society, right? And see the opposite sex position in this society. At least in my estimation, right? Y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, right? And we speak about how like the women are hyper focused on that top 20% or nothing. It's so much evidence. And like what's beautiful about the internet, and this is what y'all heard me say it. Shout out to the brother, the Roger Report. Shout out to BGS. Shout out to Rogish. Shout out to Nameless. Shout out to everybody who's ever heard me say this. The internet will expose us all. In reality, it's us that's going to expose ourselves. You see this with the online dating statistics or the hookup dating apps. You see this when they do the polls and see who's choosing who. It's not the men that look insane. We got a pretty good bell curve of who we find the most attractive, who we think's average, who we think is unattractive, and who we're willing to give a chance to. It's a pretty smooth bell curve. It's the women where it's all towards the back. Nobody's super attractive. A handful of men are pretty attractive. Most men are ugly to average. You couple that with their insane materialistic standards, and you just have a recipe for disaster. Kidology, did you hear that? Right? Detroit says, that's how women missing a bigger picture. I've seen many black women are doing escorts, but don't feel shamed about it when they are doing it. Of course not. You've heard us mention this quote before. I'd rather be the gum on the bottom of excuse me, I'd rather be the white man's whore, but the gum instead of the gum on the bottom of a black man's shoe. Let me say that again because I'm messing up. I'd rather be the white man's whore instead of being the gum on the bottom of a black man's shoe. You have to, I'm not gonna say think. I want y'all to feel this because it's gonna be a feeling. Think think about what they have to be feeling to say that. And what are they feeling when they say the gum on the bottom of a black man's shoe? Because the untrained, not black ear, thinks that that black woman is talking about physical abuse, maybe verbally abusive, right? No. Black men know that that woman is saying a man who's not an Uber provider, a man that hasn't put me in opulence, extravagance, in luxury, is treating me like I'm the gum on the bottom of his shoe. If he's not catering to my every whim. So I'd rather be the white man's whore. I'd rather be Massa's bedwench that he lets sleep in the basement or in the attic than be that black man in the cabin wife, right? And speaking to Nameless's plantation model, that concept is no longer just a black westernized concept. For those of us from the Western world that have experienced slavery, that concept is no longer stuck on the plantation and it's no longer just a black concept, right? So you have Latina women not so much saying it, but living it. You got Asian women. Oh my God. Y'all go check that interracial marriage rate and who's marrying who for Asian women. Jesus Christ. So they not saying it, but goddamn are they living it, right? You have white women, obviously of working class and poor backgrounds, that's saying it and living it. And then clearly, as black men, we know black women are screaming it from the mountaintops. Now they saying it way more than they live in it because once again, we live in an anti-black society, so they could do all the talking they want, but the numbers don't reflect it, nor will it ever, as long as you have white supremacy, right? The sociologists are struggling. Once again, we don't have our tinfoil hats on right now. They're struggling to really describe this. They don't really want to say it. They know what it is. They don't want to say it. What did Miss Chantel Bug said? There's a disjunction between, what the women are saying and what they find more, what they're actually picking on these dating apps. The men seem to be more self-aware. And like, you look, it was interesting watching her like struggle to get that out. Just say it, Miss Chantel Bugs, the men are more self-aware. We know what we like and we know why we like what we like. And we know why we put different women in different categories. Oh, this woman is sexable. This woman is wife material. This woman looks like a cool ass person that could turn into wife material. This person's in, you could tell they're materialistic. We're clear. We know. And when we put them in that category, we know why we put them in that category. And that's what it is. And the woman that said that, Miss Chantel Bugs, that you just heard me, I said her name wrong. Let me give her respect. Chantel Bugs, PhD in sociology. Yeah. Right? Y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Damn, Nameless got a lot of. Oh, you guys have so many comments. Better you, what's going on, bro? Hey, Nameless, I said it earlier before you got in. I mentioned it, right? The Nameless protagonist says the alphabet move is gonna be big is going to be a big increase among black women specifically. Lastly, when technology catches up, a lot of these women will duck the age problem with age reversal treatment. That's true. But that personality and just, as you get older, that grading of life, right? They're still going to be jaded as hell. That you're going to be able to smell from a million miles away. So yeah, she's going to be 65, looking like she's 30 or 28 or maybe even 25. But when she opened her mouth, all that 65 is going to come right out. Shit, it's going to probably sound more like 80. Right? I mean, isn't that much of the reason, that much of the issue we have now is that a lot of the older, and when we say older, like, adjust for internet, right? So when we say older, we're not talking about like 60, 70 something year old women on the internet, but older women, the ones in their 30s, 40s, maybe early 50s, are all over the internet telling these younger women what they shouldn't settle for and trying to couch it as, air quotes, advice. So we're having younger women that damn near have the relationship PTSD of older women. Right? That's why we're running into, on the internet, 22 and 23-year-olds that sound as jaded as the 50-year-olds, as the 37-year-olds, as the 45-year-olds. So yeah, when she's 60 years old, the age reversal technology would allow her to look like how she did when she was 25 and 27 and 30. But she's been being jaded since she was 23. Shit, 18. Shit, 15. You know? I'm just reading you guys' comments. Give me a second, you guys. It's going through, it's going through. What's going on, Toya? I think I saw Kareen in here earlier. What's going on, Kareen? Better use says, let's keep it real, Z. Even the top earners in the black community get some of the same flack. True. Absolutely true. I believe you could paint Bezos black and it still wouldn't be good enough for some. Well, that's when we start talking about racism, right? And how black women have internalized the racial hierarchy. And that's something we don't often speak about. As a matter of fact, we never speak about that in the black community. We speak about how black men have internalized the racial hierarchy. That's how you get the whole, well, y'all talk black and sleep white, right? And once y'all get some money, once y'all get some status, y'all go to white women. That's how we get that, right? That's the black community speaking about black men and how they have internalized anti-blackness and the racial hierarchy, right? And no matter no matter how attractive a black woman is, somehow a black man will stiff arm every attractive black woman to end up with a honey boo boo built white woman. And that's how we speak in the black community. We speak as if black men are tackling the Kelly Rowland, Kerry Washington, Carrie Hilson, right? Built women. We're speaking as if we're just ignoring all of those type of women, the gorgeous women, right? The young Whitney Houstons, all of that. The young Halleys. We're ignoring all of those women just to end up with the honey boo boo built white woman. When you listen to how some of these black women speak, that's how they make it sound, right? Now, they're not going to tell you on average that black women tend to be heavier than white women. They're never going to tell you that part. But they're speaking as if look, the brother that's chasing after heavy set white women, if he was in the black community chasing after black women, it would be heavy set black women. He didn't skip over a fit, attractive, gorgeous black woman to go end up with Honey Boo Boo, right? Or Roseanne built white women. But that's how we speak in the black community. Conversely, or on the other side, we have not done a true investigation of how black women have internalized white supremacy and how no matter what a black man does, he's not good enough simply because he's black. Simply because he's black. And she has internalized the racial hierarchy, and black men aren't good enough simply because they're black. Because she wants the status of being a white man's woman. And a black man can't give her that. Even the richest, wealthiest, most influential black men can't give her that. You can't give her white womanhood. The white man can't even give her white womanhood, but he's the closest to giving it to her. You know? Yeah, better you. So yeah, we don't really speak about that in these spaces, right? That even the most accomplished black man for many black women is not good enough because you're still a black man. Abe says, honestly, yes, this stuff is accurate. However, I think people need to go outside. I see odd couples left and right. Brother, you're right. I live in South Florida. I see odd couples also. But the numbers are the numbers, right? The reason why we go off of statistics and off of things that are more readily available is because we don't, at least in the black manosphere, we don't want to do what the women do, which is turn that odd couple into like the norm, or make it seem like it happens way more often than than we know. And that's what ends up happening. The exception then becomes the rule. And then it's hard to have a conversation to really bring about results. It's not just talking to just be talking. It's talking to help change the mindset and then help change the action, right? And what ends up happening is that people will see that odd couple, right? That odd couple of the maybe attractive, well-to-do white dude that's with a heavy set, whatever looking black woman, and see that odd couple and be like, see, it happens. Yeah, it happens. But how often does that happen? Right? And like, do you want to bank your entire view of intimacy and relationships, especially interracial relationships, off of that? Because as I've said to y'all before, I worked at, a number of law offices over the past decade or so, and there were well-to-do, attractive white dudes that had sex with heavy-set black women that I know of. Did that turn into marriage? Hell no. Was it more than 2 or 3 times? No. But then that black woman can go around and say, I've been with white men. I've been with rich white men. The man wasn't rich. These men weren't rich in particular, but they were solidly upper middle class though. Solidly upper middle class, right? And she can say that, and if she wouldn't tell you the details. She wouldn't tell you they just were having sex, right? And the other one, she wouldn't tell you that, yeah, they went out for a couple of dinner dates, but it didn't turn into anything. And what is $200, $250 dinner date to a lead attorney making some $150,000 a year to get some vagina from you because he wants the experience and you have some nice DSLs, right? What's $250? Even if he didn't get it from you this time, I'm speaking about experiences I know of. Even though he didn't have sex with you the first time when y'all went on the date and he spent that money, and it took 2 or 3 months, that's nothing. He had sex with you like 4 or 5 times. Money well spent. Shit, he might have came out of the pocket $1,000 over that span of time. He still had sex with you 4 or 5 times. That's $200 to $250 a session. For someone making $150,000 a year, that's nothing. But now you get to go around the black community saying you dated an attractive, well-to-do white dude. Eh, right? So, brother, I've seen the odd couples. I have, right? I've seen the odd couples. I know a couple of odd couples that are married for a couple decades, but that's not the norm. And what ends up happening is that people that are not thinking logically and they're feeling their way through this, they see that and then they tell themselves this is way more normal than it actually is. And some of those people have YouTube channels and they make videos, you know, and that does affect the way your daughters see the world. That's why your daughters sound delusional as hell, because they're listening to people like this, right? The nameless protagonist says modern society is exposing some hardware errors that were ignored due to how bad the struggle was. Abe. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. You're speaking to Abe. I think at this point it's way worse than simple social awkwardness. Yeah. Just reading some of the comments, you guys. Y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Super chats will be read out loud. Oh yeah, we spoken about that. So the nameless protagonist says, "Oh, Oliver the Grayson Riley voice." Y'all see, y'all could do it, right? Nameless got a mean, stink meaner voice, right? But the nameless protagonist says women can get away with being socially awkward, do often get a pass, especially with a dude on her level. But we are back to women not willing to be with their match. There is this infinite hypergamy. Yes. And I think that's okay. I think that's okay. Just deal with the consequences of that. Stop complaining. Stop making it seem like it's your son's fault or the boys or the men's fault. Acknowledge and do something about your delusional daughters that you help to make delusional, right? That you parked in front of a TV and you let watch all this consumerist crap over the past 40 some odd years, about 40 years, right? Really, we could go back to the soap operas going back decades, right? But y'all parked y'all because the was it a bill or something that passed in the 80s, right? That that allowed for the advertising execs to target children directly, right? And so the television shows would, excuse me, I said shows. The television shows were just big commercials on top of the commercial, right? And this is not even up for speculation. The Disney execs said it. We were selling lifestyle and primarily to the girls. It affected primarily the girls. Those girls are now women. Me and Nameless's age. And Charles' age. Right? And we're interacting with these delusional women who swear they're not delusional. Who saw the Cosbys and saw that house and didn't realize that in the 80s, that was a $600,000 house. In the 80s. That brownstone now is what, some 2-3 million, maybe $4 million? They see the house in front of Blackish. Shout out to Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks. And they don't realize that that house, pre-COVID, was a $2.5 million house. So when they say they just want a normal life, this is where Kevin comes in and asks them, describe normal. Describe what you want. And I loved when he would just be racking up the number for them. Okay, that. Okay, you want your kids in private school. You want this. You want that. That's a $350,000 man. You said normal, right? What city you live in? You just described a $250,000 man, a $300,000 man, right? That goes back to what I was saying earlier about how the women speak about this kind of no struggle love and how they speak like that Cola Booth line. I'd rather be the gum on the I would rather be the white man's whore than the gum on the bottom of a black man's shoe. It's their perception of what the gum on the bottom of a black man's shoe means. It's not that the man's literally physically abusing them or being verbally abusive. It's that he's not providing the lifestyle in this environment. And this is where I start to go in on those white hyper capitalists. It's the lifestyle that they were told, hey, you're more of a human. Your humanity will be dictated by the type of things you can buy and the type of things you can consume and the way you can show off in the house you live in the car you drive, in the clothes you wear, right? And for women, your man's bank account. Very important. You as a woman will be judged by your man's bank account, right? And speaking about, technology, the internet has exacerbated these things. Because at least, and it was bad, and they were doing a horrible job at it, but at least the FTC could regulate to a certain extent what was being put out there on TV and radio, right? When you get to the internet, I'm not saying they're not regulating the internet to a certain extent, but they're not regulating some of the insanity that's coming out of certain people's mouth on their live streams. I would like to direct y'all to Paris Milan. All type of insanity on her live streams, and then she puts it on Patreon. She deletes it and puts it on Patreon, or she makes it private. But that 2,000 or so, 1,500, 2,500 people that were listening to her live, and then however many people that are going to go to the Patreon and listen to it later, tens of thousands probably, young women listening to this other youngish woman, because I think Paris is under the age of 30, so youngish woman, speak insane. Y'all go check out Real Talk with Yanni's channel. No, don't do that. Actually, rewind. I'll do the torture for you guys. I'll put myself through it because I don't want her to get the views. But speaking, y'all check out her channel. No struggle love. What does she mean by struggle? Stable. This is the nameless protagonist speaking about that infinitely growing hypergamy. Stable is struggle, because stable is not opulent and it's not extravagant. I can't put a new Benz in the driveway every 3 to 4 years on stable. And we're not talking about the baby Benzes. Shout out to Indigo Flow, right? We're talking about E-Class or better. Oh, now I'm sorry. The women are into SUVs now. GLEs are better. Beamer 5 Series are better. I'm sorry, not 5 Series, the X5 or better. Right? That's that's much of the issue with this commodification and this seeing human beings as a product, right? And we've done a miraculous job at just beating our sons over the head about the the physicality of women, the way we see women as physical objects, sex, and all of that. But we haven't done such a good job at speaking to our women about the fact that as you enter the workforce, you're literally taking a man's job. Zero sum, like Nameless said. If women, if 40% of women are out earning their male counterparts, what does that mean for the dating market? And I hate to say market because once again, I'm using neoliberal marketized language, right? But so that others can understand me, what does it mean when 40% of women, and that's in 2022, earn more than their male counterparts, but so many of these women are saying no struggle love, and it's not just the black women. The black women are overtly saying it. The white women, the Latina women, and the Asian women are showing it through action. What does that mean? Right? The Nameless protagonist said, a doctor will get with the cute drive-through chick at Wendy's. If the doctor is a chick and the worker at Wendy's is a dude, it won't even happen. Nope. At the most, if he's exceedingly good looking, he might get to smash. Especially if he's younger. A older woman would let like a 40-year-old, 45-year-old doctor chick, she'll let the 23-year-old Wendy's dude smash. That's about it. If he's exceedingly good looking. That same 50-year-old male doctor, oh yeah, that he would really consider being in a relationship with this chick and potentially marrying her, especially if she got her head on her shoulders. And so when you think about that, with this increasing amount of women graduating college compared to their male counterparts, and this is where Richard Reeves and Andrew Yang disagreed, and where I disagree with Richard Reeves, because the data shows it, and increase as women exit university and college, we find ourselves here. Right? Especially once again, we already have a 60-40 split across America, college enrollment. In different states, it's actually worse. In different cities, it's actually worse. It's 65-35. That's not even by the time we graduate. Men are more likely to drop out of college than women are. So by the time we get to graduation for college and university, what are we looking at? Like certain schools, maybe 70-30 split, and then your women want to practice hypergamy. All right, fine. When the social degradation comes, the social degradation is already here. But as it lets its presence be known more and more, don't say the black manosphere didn't warn y'all. I'm just saying. Right? $2. J Bones, thank you for the $2 super sticker. Right? Oh, my phone is getting hot, y'all. That's why y'all just seen the little light. I'm trying to like keep it from being directly under the sun. I am sorry. Right? It's getting hot. That AC ain't doing nothing. Not enough. Because the sun rays are just beaming right on it. My apologies, everyone. Right? Turn the AC up just a smidge. Right? Demetrius said, save who you can. Yes, women and men. Those of us that's in the know, talk to your siblings, talk to your relatives, your cousins and them. And if they don't want to hear what you're saying, you sound like a misogynist pig, let them be. You already told them. You already put it on the table. Hey, recession, inflation, post-COVID, This is the environment. This is what it's looking like. The sex rate. This is what the birth rate looks like. You know, raise your children, socialize them to know what's going on, so that they don't get caught up. But if your cousins and your relatives and your siblings look at you like you're crazy, I'm not you. You figure out how to handle that. But I am for at least putting it on the table. For those of us in the know, I am for putting it on the table. Hey, this is the environment, people. Right? I am for telling your friends and your family what the environment is and letting them do with that what they will. Right? Passport OG says American women dating market limit to men making 75K. Men tout that. Oh, good for us. Yeah, no, see, well, okay. Look, if women have decided that men under the $75,000 mark are disposable, that's cool. We'll let them deal with the consequences of their own worldview. What's been happening for decades now is that we've been buttressing their delusion in our society. We've been filling them even with more delusion. We've been letting them bowl with the gates up. So they don't really know what a gutter ball is because of their own worldview. I say let's put the gates down. Right? And some of them will get lucky and get a strike. Some of them will get 8 pins out, 9 pins out. Right? But many of them will hit gutter ball. Right? I'm not about telling people you can't do. Because there are going to be people that work hard and get. There's going to be people that get lucky and get. There's going to be people that get lucky and get some. There's going to be people that work their butt off and get little. And did all the right things and still get little. But the people that are delusional, when you no longer buttress them, they got to deal with their delusion. And what I think is going to happen for the first generation when that guard gate come down is they're going to break. When that guard gate come down, they're going to break. As a matter of fact, screw that. You see them breaking now. You see them breaking now. You see them complaining. Put it this, okay, let's do this. There are, what, 1 trillion videos on the internet? There's just so many videos on the internet, you can't even count them. You can't watch them in a lifetime, right? And we know of dozens, if not hundreds of videos of women complaining about being single, about feeling unwanted, feeling lonely, men not approaching them, what happened to old school values, what happened to men approaching you, all of this. And women of varying ages, not just older women, right? Even younger women, talking about going to the club and not being approached, not being spoken to, feeling ignored. Okay, cool. If that many women are making videos about it, how many women you think actually feel this way? Right? So let's say there's 100 videos of this on the internet. How many women feel like this but don't even actually post the video? Right? Lord Juno says, but Mr. Z, or Z, but they will shame you by saying you are shaming women into having sex with men they don't want. No. This is not about shaming any woman or women in general about engaging in sexual activity with men you don't want. Right? You have your preferences. There's nothing wrong with your preferences. You got to deal with the consequences of those preferences, right? You got to deal with the because other human beings aren't things, because they're literally not products you could go pick up off the shelf. Some rich people try, and oftentimes it fails, especially for the women. But because men are real human beings, you can have your preference. Does your preference have a preference for you? One. Two, you can have your preference. You can want a particular lifestyle. You can want a particular looking type of man. Are you prepared to compete? Right? And I'm not throwing out compete just to throw it out. If you want something rare, you have to know that you're going to have to compete for it. The more the man makes, the better looking he is, the more charismatic he is. There are other women that want him also. We're not even talking about him cheating yet. We're talking about you being his wife or his girlfriend or his main squeeze. This is the person that he presents as, this is my woman. We're not talking about the side chicks, because the side chicks got to compete for the dude too. But for that wife or girlfriend, the main one position, the more rare he is, the more you're going to have to compete. But what women are saying is they're not going to compete. Black women in particular are being encouraged not to compete. All right then. So you want something rare, you want an elite man, but you don't want to compete for the elite man. What? And when someone like me speaks, right? Shout out to the brother Juno. When someone like me speaks, then it sounds like I'm shaming women into being with men they don't find attractive or appealing. No, I'm saying you can find whoever you want attractive or appealing. Is that person attractive or appealing to a large swaths of women? And if that person is appealing to large swaths of women, then the competition is there. Low key, the competition is there even for the men that you wouldn't think are appealing like that. So the men that are that appealing, exceedingly appealing, yeah, you're competing. Definitely. Detroit says they called hate speech if you criticize them. I don't know if criticize as much as critique, and there is a difference. Um, or just say, hey, this has consequences. Are you prepared for that? Right? The sister Toya says she has some very, very important, pertinent things to say to you. Likes are free. Likes are free. Y'all go ahead, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right? I'm scrolling through you guys' comments. Better you, I love this comment. Better you says, I feel like the type of women you're describing are the dog that caught the car and are unprepared for the consequences. Bro, like that's damn their entire society right now because of feminism. That's damn their entire society right now because of feminism. And I'm not poo-pooing feminism. Whenever y'all hear me bring this up, unless I say it, I'm not poo-pooing it. I'm saying we didn't prepare and socialize our daughters for the position that we were fighting for them to get. Right? You didn't want the office to be full of men and the women were only secretaries. You wanted the women to also have corner office jobs. You wanted the women to also be paralegals. You wanted the women to also be attorneys and have the possibility of being lead attorney and have the possibility of having the corner office job and being, CFO and CEO. There's nothing wrong with that until you don't socialize the women to have that position and still like and respect men, not just the elite man. So she's lead attorney and she doesn't want anyone but the CEO or one of the shareholders who's probably already married. And that's the problem we're dealing with now. That is the issue. Shout out to the brother Better You, the dog that caught the car. You caught the position. You caught the money. You caught this lifestyle you could provide for yourself. And now you said, okay, me or better. I want a man, me or better. Why is that so hard to ask? Why is that such a hard ask? Because you're not taking into consideration how rare you are before we even say you're a woman. You're making 120, 150 before bonuses. Or, okay, fine. You're making 80 before bonus. Right? You're making 100 before bonus. Now let's add that you're a woman on top of it. You are the dog that caught the car. You have the money. You have the position. You live in that part of town. You go to those restaurants. And a lot of your homegirls are similar. Now what? Well, I'm not settling. No one told you you had to settle. But there is a consequence to that. The women I am describing are definitely the ones that caught the car. You are right, Better You. They are definitely the ones that caught the car. And because we live in a, once again, also a classist society, the women of this class, or at least of this income bracket, this tax bracket, are saying what they won't settle for. But they're earning some $70,000, $75,000 a year plus, which means they're in the top 20% of income earners in the country. And if you're going to say that you're not going to settle for anybody that earns less than you when the median income for men is some 45,000-ish a year, before we say anything, before we talk about personality or height, right? You already X'd off half of men. Before we talk about looks, charisma, character flaw, hygiene, you already X'd off, because the 50%, the 50 mark was all the way at 45,000. Let's say I was extra uber generous and nice and I said 50,000. What about that gap between 50 and where you are at $75,000 a year? Because the halfway point is $25,000 south of you. And that's with me being generous and making the median income for men 50,000. You see, when you're doing the numbers game, when you purely make it a numbers game, it gets real dark for women real quick. For the women that think like this, Better You, it gets real dark real quick. Right? But no one's doing the numbers game with them. No one. No one. That's why they're delusional and extremely unhappy. Because no one is doing the numbers game with them. Kevin did a few videos, right? You could see how delusional they were on those videos. No one is doing the... First of all, America's not doing the numbers game with Americans in general. But men got to live the consequences, right? Very overtly. We get smacked in the face with it. All right? We get smacked in the face with it. And I am willing to bet, seriously bet, that if you were to poll men and women, far more men know about income distribution and wealth distribution in America than women do. I put money that far more men can peg the median income for men and for women than women can. Because men have to live the consequences of it far more overtly than women do. Right? What's going on, Trell? Trell's in here. Trell said most Americans don't like math. Math, quick math. For real. And I suck at math too, by the way. I know it's funny, Mr. Z. Mr. Z, not you with all the statistics and numbers. And yep. You heard right. You heard right. But this is simple math. This is like uber simple. This is like elementary school math. This is not college and university level math we're speaking. You line up 100 people randomly, and about half of them make $45,000 a year or less. Probably more than half, actually. You line up half of men randomly around the country, and you line up 100 men from around the country, and about half of them will earn less than $45,000 a year. And for women, it's probably more closer to 6 out of that 10, maybe 7, but definitely 6 out of that 10. I can't remember what channel it was on YouTube, but they did that. They were asking people to describe how much money they make a year, and like obviously you had the college students and whatever, and there's numbers 0. Then you started going up and up and up, and there was as you got closer to about between that 25 to about 60,000 was where most people were. And once you started getting past 60,000, it just became way more rare and way more white. And by the time you got to, I think, $250,000, it was one white dude. It was a couple of white people. One white dude was, I think, around that. I want to say 400,000, but I don't remember exactly. But yeah, it just got way white. Once you pass 80,000, it just got way white and mainly men. Right? AO said, no, you don't. You own a... Right? Yeah, Indigo, I'm still on. Much to my girl's chagrin. I told her I wasn't going to be in here for that long. I lied. I really didn't think I was going to be on here that long. But, you know, I originally started off, and for those of you that's missing, I originally started off speaking about the South African sister who lives in the UK now. Her channel name is Kidology. She was speaking about Drew Barrymore, saying that she hasn't, I'm paraphrasing, but hasn't been intimate in the past since 2016, so in the past 6 years. And I also brought up Charlize Theron. For those of you that remember Charlize Theron, Charlize was speaking about, well, she was practically begging men a couple years ago to approach her. And I was saying these are two very famous, rich white women in Hollywood who are struggling with their intimate lives, right? And I'm pretty sure they could get some guy to come and knock the cobwebs out. I think I think they're looking for something a little bit more, you know, deep, pun intended. And, you know, it's not working out. And so Kidology was saying, you know, men have standards also. You know, that's something we don't talk about. Men have power in intimate relationships also. That gets played down a lot. And I was saying women take for granted how powerful they are before the age of 30 and 35. They take it for granted. They take it for granted. And they take for granted the math and the numbers, especially as they not only age, but as they earn more themselves and what their standards are, right? They take for granted the men that have passed by the time they're 40 and 45. They take for granted, definitely by the time they're 50, they take for granted all the money they earn, for those of them that are earning, and how they're now not going to air quotes settle, right? This is where you get that struggle love language and all that other stuff. They take these things for granted, right? So we're not talking about the 45-year-old woman that, you know, is having sex with the 23-year-old in the file room, which is a thing. We're not talking about that. Right? She finds him attractive. He's knocking it out the park. They schedule something for once a week or once every other week. We're not talking about that. We're talking about her wanting to be in a real relationship with someone and her not taking that guy seriously. That's good candy for her, but both of them know that ain't real, right? Both of them know it's not real, right? And that's the problem. I'm also reminded, if those of you who remember the model's name, the was it Sports Illustrated swimsuit model? That's, I think she's in her 50s now, and she was complaining about how she's being treated now and how men essentially see her as invisible, or they just want to have sex with her because they remember her from back when she was younger, right? And there's women that are running into this issue, right? Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, y'all. There are women that are running into this issue, and you know, that's unfortunate. Wait a minute, Lord Juno, are you still in here? Did I press something? Because Indigo told me to check. Did I press something and delete your comments or something like that? Why? What happened? Lord Juno should still be here. Trell, I ain't gonna read that comment, but if we're talking about the model chick, she was there. She was there. I know why you said that, but to me, she was there. I never really been into Moon Blanc in the first place. Look up what Moon Blanc means in Creole. Indigo should know. Indigo, put it down in the comments, and I won't deny or agree with it. But yeah, I've never been into Fille Blanc. Never. Right? Since I was a kid, I was like, there's a couple, right? That I was like, yeah. But like, I always knew, since I was a kid, I always knew that was never gonna be wife for me, right? That was never gonna be wife for me, never, right? Like, I know there's brothers that go through their phase with that. I never went through a phase with that, right? There's a couple that could get the business, but yeah, it's never been. No. And it's not my parents. It wasn't my mother. It wasn't my father. It wasn't, friends or anyone that was like, yeah, you better don't, no. It was me. I was like, nah. And yes, I went to high school with a couple, elementary school, definitely, college, and, but yeah, it just didn't, just worked with many, just didn't do it for me, But yeah, so the sister Kidology, by the way, a side note with Kidology, black woman, darker skinned black woman, adopted by a white family, lives in Britain now, was in foster care for a little bit. She also said she's celibate. She hasn't had sex in years. Man. It's not that mpaleme yo, but I mean, mpakwe yo bel kon sa. Mkone gen bel fi blanc. For those of, I know there's people like, what the hell is going on, Mr. Z? I'll let Indigo, my resident Haitian translator, translate for y'all what I'm saying. But for the next like 20 seconds, it's gonna be real Creole right now. But just Mpaleme kijon yo agi. First of all, or laji, I think I might have said it wrong, but yeah. Mpaleme kijon yo laji, like, first of all, so what Trell said was definitely true, like, about the milk thing, like, bruh, meh. Yeah, bro, like, bro. Depending on which one, by 35, bro, they done, bro. It's done. Baked chicken done, bro. Right? So, right? Trell said speak American. Right? But yeah, man. D Scott said I'm on my CPT shit. But yeah, but Fille Blanc, I just, they never did it for me, bro. They never did it for me. They never did it for me, yeah. Pagnol Blanc, but that's because you get Guadeye. But the ones that's too blanc, qui pas gen derrière, then no, because you just blanc, right? So yeah, yeah. We're by the way, for those of you that's listening, yes, we're still talking about the WWs, right? We're still talking about the WWs, and yeah. So, um, going back to Kidology. So a Kidology is essentially a chocolate dip white woman, and she was saying how she also feels rejected. She's celibate and she's been celibate for years. Um, y'all get those like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat up. Y'all already know super chats will be read out loud. Um, but yeah, so the reason why I made note of this is to speak about the overall environment that women are finding themselves increasingly in. The difference between women and men is that men not having sex is because the women don't want to have sex with us. Women not having sex is because they don't want to have sex with us. Right? They're deeming too many men unattractive or unappealing. And some of them do have their morals and their virtues. Nothing wrong with that. And they want men that are either in relationships, too many other women want, and they know they can't outcompete those women, or that are super players and then that are going to smash all of the women. And they just don't want to be, they don't want to take a ticket and be number 762. That's what I'm saying, Demetrius. I find Kidology pretty too. She's cute. She's cute. But she got a preference for white dudes. Problem number one. Right? And she's one of those sisters that say, well, the people that have been racist to me is black people. Problem number two. You're a chocolate dip white woman who finds mainly white men attractive. And when I say chocolate dip white woman, that's not to be insulting. I want to be very clear. It's because she's been socialized, because she was adopted by white folks. She's been socialized white. So many of her, and she said it herself, many of her interests are, different. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that until you realize that most white men, even the ones that's not overt about it, are anti-black, or at least anti-black to the point where they're not going to marry a black woman. Once again, they might have sex with a black woman. Kidology is cute, but they're not marrying her. They just want to knock her off a bucket list, right? Thank you, Oliver the Great, for the super sticker, right? Right? So Kidology is smart, like Dimitri said. Kidology is smart. She's cute, but her preference is white dudes. She lives in a majority. She lives in the UK. I'm not sure. I want to say she said Wales one time, but I'm not sure. That's why I'm not saying it like that. But okay, you're from you're in the UK now. You're black from South Africa, but you're in the UK. You live in a majority white country, in a majority white area of the white country. And you have a preference for white dudes. And a couple of them have put you in the friend zone, as per your own words. So yeah, when you speak about institutional racism, do you not see how that affects why the white dudes aren't checking for you that way? See, when I say that to sisters, that's what I mean. Like, Kidology is a prime example. This is an attractive black woman who can't get the type of white man she wants. I'm pretty sure, like I said, a white dude to come through, right? Pun intended. But she finds herself in this situation, celibate for years, right? Smart, attractive black woman, right? And you find yourself in this situation. So when you say it's mainly been black people that have been racist to you, are you sure? I don't like to tell people about their own experiences or how to interpret their own experiences. But are you sure? Because you don't got no man. And you live in a majority white country, in a majority white area of the majority white country. I'm just saying. And it's not, we can't even, okay, perfect. And we can't even talk about her being socialized. So this is not an American woman. She's not hood. She's not, her preferences, her worldview, pretty damn white. So even the way she's been socialized. So this is what so when Mr. Z says what I say about these white dudes and how they think, prime example, you got a black woman who's mainly been racist toward her with other black people. She's been socialized white. She was adopted by white people. She pretty much moves like a white woman, but she's a dark-skinned black woman and an attractive dark-skinned black woman, and she still is celibate. All right, what I gotta say? What else can I add on to that? Right? What else can I add on to that? You know? So you find yourself in this situation. That's, you know, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right? And so her celibacy is her choice. But we're talking about the larger environment, Western world, that's causing more and more young people, but particularly young people, to not have sex and not to be intimate with each other. So I've said this multiple times. You're going to hear me say this throughout my channel's history. It's not just the sex. It's the intimacy. It's the kissing. It's the hugging. It's the rubbing. It's the knowing, the feeling, the butterflies. Yes, men get them too, right? Of knowing somebody cares about you. That somebody wants to see you. That somebody wants to touch you. That somebody wants to kiss you. That somebody wants to F you physically in a good way, right? And I think this is what The Economist and all of those numbers over everything people don't factor in. Human beings are animals. Human beings are real, breathing, feeling. Yes, men feel too, not like women, but they feel too. Human beings are real, breathing, feeling people, animals. So when you boil everything down to numbers, we get this environment that we have now, where you have just droves of people speaking about how lonely they feel. And much of it is self-imposed. That's the kicker, especially for the women. Much of it is self-imposed. And then they turn around and make videos about how lonely they feel. Right? Demetrius. Demetrius said, I got butterflies when my girl got me a PSP for my birthday. Trell Bentley, when you prick me, do I not bleed? I'm saying. Right? The famous quote. So, this is where The Economist got it wrong. But then look how this neoliberal worldview has trickled out all through the Western world. All through the world, but primarily the Western world. You got a South African in Britain speaking about how she's celibate, using Drew Barrymore as the catalyst for the conversation, as the springboard of the conversation, because Drew Barrymore, from our understanding, hasn't been intimate in 6 years, since 2016. Charlize Theron, who still looks okay-ish for her age, and being white, for her age, is over here low-key, high-key, begging men to approach her. Right? Low-key begging men to approach her. You have so many people straight up saying, women saying, telling you their experiences, right? telling you about what them being lonely. That's what didn't Kim from For Harriet say that when she was like, right? I have the choice not to F with you. Or the option not to F with you, whichever one she said. But then she says, sometimes I might, I'm paraphrasing, sometimes I might get lonely. Sometimes I might, want someone to knock the cobwebs out or whatever. I'm paraphrasing, but that was the sentiment. More and more. Juicy over here trying to convince women to lean on relatives more and lean on family members and friends more and stop putting all of your love eggs in one basket of intimacy, heterosexual relationships with a man. Juicy, that's human beings. The problem is, once again, that we haven't socialized these women, especially the college educated ones, especially the ones that's making some money, that you're going to probably have to be the primary breadwinner in your family, and you're going to have to be okay with it. Let me be very clear what I'm saying. If you're a woman, once you start creeping past that $55,000 a year mark, that $60,000 a year mark, be prepared to probably be the primary breadwinner in your family. And I'm speaking as a person that's past that mark. And I'm still telling you to be prepared to be primary breadwinner. And be okay with it. No more of this, well, it's the men that's insecure. No, the numbers don't show that though. The numbers actually are showing, the research is actually showing it's women that's insecure about it. Not that you're insecure about how the men are going to view you. How you view men. How you as a woman view men. Because you earn more than half of men. Right? And we're talking about regular dudes. We're not talking about a guy that's exceedingly good looking, so he makes up for the fact that he only earns 40, and I say air quotes, only earns 40 compared to your 55, 60. No, he's pretty much on your same level of attractiveness, physical attractiveness. But you earn some $15,000 or $20,000 more than he does. And I'm starting it there. Right? You got to be okay with that. What was the point? The question always is, what was the point of second wave feminism? What was the point of women entering the workforce in great number? What was the point of women entering university and college and academia in great number? If on the back end, we have a bunch of women saying what they won't settle for in men, primarily starting with the money. I don't want to hear nothing about character flaw and immature men and boy children. No. Because whenever we start talking about this, somebody's going to come, well, the men are immature and the men don't know how to tie their own shoelaces and the men don't know how to wipe their own rear end. No. We're talking about adult men that understand responsibility. You just happen to earn more than him. And we're not talking about he earns 80 and you earn 120. I'm not even going to give y'all that out. I'm saying he earns 35, you earn 50. He earns 40, you earn 55 or 60. Let me hurt some feelings. He earned 30, you earn 45. Right? Can he get another job? You work a full-time job and you do overtime. Somebody got to go pick the kids up from school. Uh-oh. So women have decided they'd rather do that by themselves. If the man ain't making at least 45 with them or above, they'd rather do this by themselves. And our society doesn't know what to do with that. Richard Reeves, don't tell me you're not reading those comments and you don't see women saying that. If you're listening in and you're watching these videos, Mr. Richard Reeves, you see what we see. You think they're going to change? They're not going to change. FD Signifier saw those comments too. He tried to play it down. FD, you know they're not going to change. You see what we see. Juicy grew up with these women. She know they ain't going to change. T Noir grew up with these women. She know they're not going to change. Nappy-headed Hobo grew up with these women. She know they're not going to change. They're not going to change. And that would be okay if it was only 1% or 5% of women that thought like this. I'm arguing you dealing with at least a quarter of white, black, Asian, Latina, and other groups of women, ethnicities, and races of women that think like this. And it does have an effect on your society. If it didn't have an effect on your society, if it did not have an effect on your society, I would have been talking about something else. I'd be talking about cars or something. If this was only 1% of women, this would not be notable. And not only is this more than just single-digit percentage of women, many of these women now have YouTube channels or TikTok pages or IG pages, and they're influencing younger girls and women to think just like them and to feel just like them. And this is where you get no struggle love. When love is struggle. Right? Trail Billy said, the man, I know what he's saying. The man might do Uber on the weekends, but that will put wear and tear on your car and your vehicle. Exactly. Demetrius said, that's what I told the freshman gals in my intro to humanities college class. They were like, I don't care if I'm single till I'm 40. Then I said, you don't mean that cuz lonely year will wear and tear on you. Bro, this is the thing. Being in a relationship, being intimate with someone, it's a muscle that you exercise, right? Just you learn, okay, if you're in relationships, you learn what's wrong with you, hopefully if you're self-aware enough, right? You learn what you don't like in the opposite sex. We're talking about heterosexual relationships here, right? And so it's a muscle you're exercising. So when you end up with the person your would-be person for the rest of your life, you've exercised the muscle, because we no longer live in a time where like that long courting process and then your parents, actually it wasn't long, but your parents are involved and they're really the ones who's driving whether you're going to end up with this person or not. No. Post 1940s dating scene, right? You're going out and you're meeting people and you're deciding for yourself. And so it's a muscle you are exercising. You're learning how not to be socially awkward. You're learning cues from the opposite sex, right? You're learning what they find offensive. You're learning these things. What happens is when you take that off the table, or when the only real situation you've been in with the opposite sex is the 3 o'clock at night situation, the Netflix and chill situation, you don't know how to converse with them. You really think men want to do women's hair? Heterosexual men want to do their woman's hair, right? You think it's appealing to men when women take the boss picture, right? Where she got her shoulders kind of poked out, and she got her hands like she's holding the rock, like she's holding the diamond towards her knees, right? And I'm thinking about a particular person right now who took a picture like that with her kids, right? You taking the boss move pictures. No. Oh, that's so sexist. Men. So yeah, y'all just socialize us not to say it. That don't mean we don't feel it and think it though. And we still say it to each other. We just don't say it around y'all. Oops. There go 40 years of socialization. Right? So this is the cost of like not investigating how we've not socialized the women to deal with their newfound power and influence. Y'all notice Mr. Z doesn't poo-poo the power and the influence. They're okay. Y'all socialize these women to take on these positions, right? Y'all brought them up, right, to a certain level of parity with men. In certain endeavors, they're outpacing men. Okay, cool. But those same women aren't complaining that they're outpacing the men because they don't want to marry those men. They don't want to be in intimate relationship with those men. This is before we even add the class element or the race element. Okay then. There was no contingency plan for this? Apparently not. What you thought the women would get desperate enough eventually? Let's see. The oldest of millennials are what, 41, 42 years old now? Let's see. It ain't looking good though. It's not looking good. As evidenced by the younger Xers. Not looking good. Mouse Utopia experiment, anyone? Right? So this is not about beating up on women. I use Kidology as a springboard to speak about why these things exist. And it's the women saying, you know what? They always keep on talking about this emotional intelligence and emotional maturity. Just deal with me being a spoiled brat, please. Deal with my mood swings, please. Deal with my up and down, please. They're not even saying please. Right? Deal with my hyper materialism, my hyper consumerism, the fact that if you are a regular dude, my head is on a swivel for a man better than you means that he makes more than you or maybe more attractive than you. And if I really win the jackpot, he looks better than you and he makes more than you. Right? Right? This is where you get those women pretty much saying loyal to what? Right? Alexa, cue up the video of Eartha Kitt. Compromise. How did Eartha Kitt go out? I'm just saying. These women see that. It's scary when you read the comments under that video. Oh my. You want to talk about frightening? They saw that as empowering. We as men, black men in particular, who actually care about women, who actually care about black women, even in their delusion, we saw that as sad. Truly sad, not insulting her, sad. We saw that as truly sad. That fake grin smile she gave, the fact that she was still putting on, she was acting like she was still on set. She was still fronting into her late years of life. We saw that as truly sad. And you go through the comments of that video and you saw a bunch of women seeing that as a moment of pride. Trell, were you in here when we had the analogy of a woman jumping off the edge of a cliff or falling off the edge of a cliff? And I think someone in the comments, maybe it was me, but someone in the comments pretty much said, Just to spite men, some women will jump off the edge of the cliff just to see your, or when we were on Roger's channel, just to see the look on your face, just to see the horror on your face. So yeah, we're saying that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying right now. Just to see the horror on your face, they will jump off that edge of a cliff to spite you. And when I see that video of Eartha Kitt, that's what I see. To spite all the men she felt like she was done wrong by, or she was overlooked by, or it didn't work out by, she put on till her death. She fronted till her death. And that to me is sad. I'm not saying that to be funny or sarcastic. I'm not trying to be sarcastic right now. That is sad as hell. Borderline, I damn near want to drop a tear. That is sad as hell. Y'all ever seen Eartha Kitt young pictures? Right? And she have the Caribbean thing. She was the Rihanna. The light skin, big forehead, cute Caribbean shit. We all done met him. I'm from South Florida. I've been around them my entire life. That's why I can say that. The light-skinned chick with the accent, with the cute face, with the big forehead. That was Eartha Kitt. Eartha Kitt didn't have such a big forehead. As she got older, that forehead got big though. But, right? Yeah, but Trail Bentley said Diane Carroll, but Diane Carroll was a smidge more self-aware. Just a smidge, right? Yeah, and I watched that Kevin video, but I watched that entire interview. I saw that entire interview before Kevin ever did a review on it. Rest in peace, Kevin Samuels, right? Diane Carroll was just a smidge more. And there's other women that's just a smidge more. But Diane, if you read under Diane Carroll, that video, and then you read under the Eartha Kitt, the Eartha Kitt video has way more women seeing that as they feel a sense of pride. Essentially watching Eartha Kitt say, yeah, screw that, I'ma die on this hill. I am going to die on this hill. Right? That's the difference, right? I'm gonna die on this hill. And that to me is truly sad. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, everyone. Because I saw both of those interviews before. Bro, like, there's so many. Shout out to the brother Kevin Samuels. Rest in peace, bro. So much of what he covered. And you know, like, when you want the message to get out there. So when he covers it, and I'm like, yes. Right? Like, yeah, okay, finally. Hundreds of thousands of people are going to see this. So now y'all can't say y'all didn't see it. But y'all know about Mr. Z and plausible deniability. Right? So now y'all can't say it's not out there. Right? I didn't even have a channel. So, now I'm covering this stuff, but my channel is still super small. But now Kevin done covered it. Y'all can't say y'all don't know. That's what I loved. Kevin done covered it. I mean, not even tens, hundreds of thousands, if not a couple million people are gonna see this. Fine, that's great. That means y'all can't say y'all don't know now. Y'all can't say y'all don't know the median income. Y'all can't say y'all don't see how the end of y'all life could end up. Diane Carroll, right? Or Eartha Kitt, both are sad as shit. Both are sad. Both are sad. But at least Diane Carroll, there's a certain level of peace because her decorum and the way she carried herself, right? The way she comported herself, because she was way more self-aware. You could tell that in her interview. Or you could go out saying, screw y'all forever, like Eartha Kitt. And Vivica A. Fox looked like she going down that lane. Oh, I wasn't supposed to say that. That interview after Kevin Samuels died, and yeah, Kevin Samuels made fun of you, Vivica. I said that wrong. Yes, Kevin Samuels used you as an example of what not to be. And instead of, see, you know what I like about the brother Judge Dre? Judge Dre speaks about himself and tells us brothers that's younger than him, don't be like me. Vivica, because of her pride, refuses to do that. You know what? Kevin made fun of me, or Kevin said these type of things about me, but I get what he's saying. And I would advise young women, you know what? Yes, I had a successful acting career, right? Yes, I was with famous men, but, you know, I'm single. And even though there's still a possibility that I might end up with someone, but it's because of my access, I would encourage other women to think a little bit more about who you're choosing, choose carefully, and, you know, don't necessarily follow down my road. No, her pride won't let her do that. So Kevin passes and she helps to dance on his grave. Right? And why did I choose Vivica A. Fox in particular? No kids, no man. No kids, no man. And was one of the women that we were drooling over in the 90s and the early aughts. No kids, no man. At least Holly had kids. Janet had a kid, right? Lisa Ray had what, a daughter, right? But Claudia Jordan, no kids. Claudia Jordan's a little bit better, just a smidge, just a teeny tiny, a centimeter better. I ain't even gonna give it a whole inch. Huh? Right? But Claudia Jordan, that's another one. Standards to the moon. I remember watching her when she was with Corey. And Jordan was one of those sisters who's attractive as hell, wants a super attractive man also, and was willing to pay for him. That's good. Nothing wrong with that. But she wanted like Model-S good looking. All right, then deal with it. Now look. Claudia Jordan is a waste of pretty and smart. And Claudia Jordan don't even come off too, excuse my language, bitchy either. On the scale of black bitchiness, she don't even come off too bitchy neither. But look at you now. No kids. No man. I remember she was in a relationship recently and then she wasn't in a relationship. What the hell? Then what? Lisa Ray out here with Country Wayne? Come on, man. Stop it. Stop. Right? What y'all got going on? And this goes to Dr. Chantel Buggs speaking about that lack of self-awareness. Let me read the sister Toya's comment. Toya says Claudia's problem is that she wanted to align herself with black women so bad to proclaim her blackness. True, yeah. For those of you that don't know, Claudia Jordan is a mixed woman. I think her mother is Italian, if I'm not mistaken. I think so, right? She succumbed to the slumming in it with the worst of them. See? Yep. Do you see? And Claudia is funny. I listened to her show when she was on Fox Foxhole, not Foxhole, Foxhole, right? I listened to her show with the other women back then when she would go on the Corey when he was on RMC. She's been on the Corey show a couple times since he kind of did started doing his own thing, right? I don't watch her on the Foxhole thing, is whatever. But yeah, and look at that, just man. And there you go. We have so many of those women, so many of them. Maya, like I said, Claudia Jordan, Vivica A. Fox, name them. Look at Chili right now. I know a bunch of Xers are going way back to when y'all remember Chili and them, TLC and them from the 90s. Look at Chili. Look at T-Balls. What the hell? Y'all can't say it's just men. If you gave me like an hour or two, I could just pull out a scroll full of white and black and like not so much Latina. I can't remember so many Latinas, but white and black women that were the ish in the 90s and the early aughts. You don't know what the hell they got going on with their love life right now because they don't got one. You had all the access, and the reason why I'm using celebrities in particular and attractive celebrities in particular is because they had all the access. You couldn't ask for more access than them. They're rich, they hang around with rich men, and they're beautiful, and they're talented, and many of them are smart. 20 years later, 30 years later, come on, man. You want to tell me it's all men? Well, Monica been in and out with a bunch of different celebrity dudes. I don't be putting her in the same boat because Monica's still waiting for C Murder to get out of jail. Oh crap, I wasn't supposed to say that. Right? Miss Thing. Right? Brandy, bro. Yeah, Clutch. Yeah, I heard about that with T-Balls. I heard he told her, I'll punch your teeth down the back of your throat. Oh my God. Or I'll knock your teeth down the back of your throat. Something like that. So I heard. Well, Trell, yeah. But Monica was always the cute around the way hood chick. Right? Monica was always the cute around the way hood chick. I put Taraji and Monica in the same lane, except Taraji's just a smid. She's not as out there with her choices and what she picks and whatnot, right? Taraji, another one. Talking about she was borderline suicidal. Come, bro, what the? My forehead, right? Start rubbing my temples. Taraji's another one. Another cute around the way sister. Low key, the kind of hood thing worked for her a little bit. But she's not all the way bad with it, but she is mad sassy though. Right? We could name them. Say that again. Drew, what is that? Drewski said Brandy should have stayed with Kobe. There you go. Then black women wouldn't be telling us how Kobe deserved to die because he married this Latina, excuse my language, bitch. Right? They forget it was Brandy that left Kobe. They forget that part. All his money going to the Latina bitch. That was the universal God taking him and his favorite daughter because he didn't marry a black woman. These are real Twitter comments, y'all, from real black women, not white people trolling them be black women, real black women. Maybe nobody told him that he was with Brandy first. Right? Come on, man. We could name them. All the 90s starlets. White, black. Right? Jennifer Aniston lost some man to goddamn what's her face. Talking about she tried to shame the public for shaming single moms and saying she could pretty much do it herself. She don't need no man to raise. Bruh. Yeah, y'all got white women sounding like that. Yep. I never knew Pepper had a chance with Will. I never knew that. I knew her and Tretch had a baby, but I didn't know she had a chance with Will. Oh, you put me on game, Indigo. I did not know that. Let's say this to Pepper. Let's think about this. You could have been with Foxy with Jay-Z. You could have been with one of the biggest black names in entertainment, and you could have been on the other side of the red table talking about entanglements, and Will would have stayed. And you would have still had that big ass mansion and all those cars and that lifestyle. And you lost to a Baltimore chick. I'm just saying. Right? Wow. Foxy with Jay-Z. Right? Now Beyonce got Mr. Camel. Shout out to the brother Jay-Z. I got my issues with some of the things he do, but you know, he's not the worst. He's not the worst in the world. Mr. Sean Carter. Indigo Flow says, Pep probably wouldn't have treated Will too much better than Jada did. I agree. I agree. Yeah, man, bro, we can name these starlets forever. Forever. Mary J. Name them. I already said Janet. Well, Janet's really coming from the 80s, but still. Well, really the 70s. Right? But we could name them. Megan Good, name them. Right? Oh, I didn't know that either. Thanks for putting me on. Y'all putting me on to stuff I did not know. Foxy was married to Corrupt. I didn't know that. I know Corrupt from the Dog Pound. I just didn't know that they were married at one point. Oh, Erykah Badu, bruh. Hey. Huh. I wonder if it is really magic. Because too many of them niggas is going in there and coming out different. I'll say that. Y'all read between the lines on that one. Right? There's just and you notice the different types of women that we're describing too. You got the damn Latina woman looking Maya. You got the hood sister in Monica. You got the one that was groomed for this in Brandy. You got the mixed black Indian in Chile. You got the light skinned sister with the raspy voice in T-Balls. You got the cute around the way sister in Taraji. You got the mixed black Italian in Claudia Jordan. You got the around the way sister in Vivica A. Fox. Gorgeous. Well, back in the day, right? Come on, man. You got the other super bad sister in Lisa Ray. You want to go all the way back? You got the Caribbean light-skinned sister with the forehead in Eartha Kitt. Oh, okay. So on her white side, it's Italian. Thank you. Right? So, man, look. What's the point? Y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right? What's the point? And many of y'all didn't have. Maya married herself. Maya married herself. And Maya still is fit and can still dance. And hasn't aged badly. Oh, so what the hell? You're at least the exception to the rule when it comes to aging and whatnot. And being physically fit. Maybe the bar is too damn high. Maya, you're not going to get a Silk the Shaka again. It's over. No Limit probably spoiled her way too much with all the gaudy jewelry she saw and all the Bentleys and Hummers and all of that stuff. Right? Trina, oh, what am I talking about? Trina from down here in South Florida? Right? What y'all got going on? The reason why I mentioned the celebrities with this conversation is just to show it can't just be the men. There's no way. I just mentioned a bunch of women from acting to music primarily who have access to some of the most rich, powerful, influential men in the country, in the world. Throw Mariah Carey in there too. Right? In the world. Throw Toni Braxton in there too. I know she was married. Yeah, whatever. No, she had a kid. Throw her in there too. We already threw Halle Berry in there. Throw her again for twice for good measure. Have access to some of the most influential, powerful men on the planet. I find Kerry Washington, well, not Kerry Washington, Kerry Champion attractive. Throw her in there too. Have access to these dudes. Half of them have, well, not half, a sizable chunk have no children. Some have never been married and have no children. Some have just never been married. And just about all of them are single. So if the women all the way up there are fumbling the bag, all the way up there, I mean, didn't the Black Authority cover Lala Anthony a couple weeks ago? Okay, Carmelo was cheating. You're back out here. I'm not okay. Cheating, infidelity. I'm not a woman. I don't know how y'all take it. I'm a man. I know how we would take it. Somebody got to die. But right? Okay. But Lala, okay, you got the money from Carmelo. You still got the Anthony last name. Lala still looks kind of attractive. No man. No man. And it wouldn't be an issue if y'all really didn't want a man. Not just say it, because a lot of times y'all be, I don't need no man, I don't want no man. Yeah, but you don't really mean it. And everybody know you don't really mean it. But y'all want men, so y'all say. But y'all want a certain type of man. And you're here now. And Aisha Curry already told us what half y'all issue is anyway. Y'all want to be the star of attention. Right? Y'all want the attention. Y'all want to be the star. Okay, cool. These women are the stars, and were the stars. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, Kidology, I don't know what to say here. Talking about women getting rejected, and men have standards and preferences too. I just list off like, what, 20? Mainly, but well, all black stars that all the access in the world to. I want to be very clear what I'm saying. These women didn't just have access to black men. We can't just boil this down to, well, even the black male celebrities are toxic. These women had access to all men, as evidenced by Janet and Mariah Carey, Tommy Mottola, and the Arab dude, the Russian or Arab dude, whatever the hell she was with recently, like years ago, but still, and Janet, right? Y'all see Eve holding on for dear life, just had the baby. So this is not just, oh, it's black men. Halle Berry is proof it's not just black men. Okay, black men are trash. Got two white dudes whipping on each other in front of the crib. Now both of them don't want nothing to do with her. I'm just saying. This can't just be a man thing, specifically a black man thing. And that's how we speak about these things in the black community. It's a black man thing, it's a man thing. All right. Look at all your famous women, even the ones that went out. Anybody ever heard of Diana Ross? Oh, crap, I wasn't supposed to say that. Huh? Date better black women. What did Paris say? Kamala chose better. Y'all tell us to date better. All right, fine. Kamala chose better. Serena chose better. Eve chose better. Oh yeah, I think I got that saved somewhere on my phone. Yeah. Yeah, Paris said that and like that too. With the sassy face. Oh yeah, she was being extra. Y'all she had the camera on. Y'all say choose better? All right. And she just started listing all the black women that's married to a white man and say, such and such chose better. Mm-hmm. What happened to all those celebrity black women that divorced the white man after they were with black men? You notice they never mention Holly. They never, ever mention Holly Berry. Never. At one point, there was not a woman on this planet that was more attractive than Holly Berry. $20 later, what happened? It's black men, right? And then y'all try to make a little excuse for it. Well, but these ghetto black women, they mess up the bag, they mess up opportunities. Holly? Anyone? Diana Ross? Anyone? Right? Eve is actually hood. She holding on for dear life. What, are we supposed to pretend like Rihanna and Ashton Kutcher didn't have something for a little while? And it ended because Rihanna tried to expose the fact that they had something going? Oh, I wasn't supposed to say that. Huh? What happened? Huh? K. Michelle, anybody? With Ryan Lochte? That's why she's telling y'all not black men are bad people. She said men are bad people. If it wasn't for Ryan Lochte, she would have said black men. Right? Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, y'all. I didn't realize I was on another part of the comments. I'm over here wondering why the comments ain't populating like that. It's because I'm on the wrong one. Right? I'm just going through your comments right now, you guys. I'm trying to catch up. So he said, Mr. Z done couched me through my laundry today. Right? Trina B says, Holly isn't black, but it's besides the point. I don't know, Trina. I don't know. I know what you're getting at, but I don't know. Tracy Ellis Ross over here, single as a loose leaf paper, no kids, and is trying to say that people are trying to shame her to get married and, how our society views single women. Tracy, do what you want to do. Live your life. I think men are far more comfortable with being criticized when we're doing what we want to do than women are. I was having a conversation, perfect for those of you that were here when we had the slight car conversation the other day. Yesterday I went to a car event, little car meet, and I was talking to one of the guys, and we're standing in front of the Z, and I was like, I need a daily. I need a new daily. For those of you that don't understand, daily literally means my daily driver, my everyday car, because obviously I don't drive the Z every day. And I was like, bro, you know what I've been thinking about? And he was like, what? I was like, one of the ugliest Nissans ever made. It was like, what? I was like, I want a freaking Juke. I want a Nismo Juke RS. And I want it in the crap CVT because I want my daily car to be an automatic. Right? And he laughed. He was like, no way. I was like, bro, I'm not joking. I'm so serious. I was like, I know I hate crossovers. I know, but actually, by the way, future reference, the Nissan Juke is actually classified as a wagon by the transportation agency. It's just a tall wagon. It's not actually classified as an SUV. So, you know, Mr. Z in the car, so it's gonna get lowered and put on some nice wheels anyway. But still, but why I'm bringing that up to y'all is to say, I know it's ugly, but I want it anyway. And I want the CVT because I want the all-wheel drive. Nissan think they slick. They did not put the all-wheel drive in manual. Pissed me off. But yeah. But I know what comes with it. I want this thing. It's turbo. It's all-wheel drive. I'm not gonna put real power to it, so the transmission is not gonna blow up on me. But I know what comes with it. You're gonna get criticized because it's a soccer mom crossover, for all intents and purposes, crossover SUV, ugly looking frog thing. That's what comes with it. And I think men are far more comfortable with the criticism and joking, but not just comfortable. We're not spiteful or angry with it, right? I joked with it. I'm like, yeah, I know the thing's ugly. I want it anyway. I'm gonna pay down the Z a little bit, and I'm gonna go look for one. And it's a very specific one I want. The Nismo Juke RS, all-wheel drive. Right? With the expensive ass racing seats that come with it, the Nismo racing seats that come with it. Those seats on the used market right now are going for like $3,000+ if you're lucky. And I say all that to say I know the criticism comes with it. No, Clutch said get the Sentra SER. Nah, if anything, if not, I was thinking about the Sentra Nismo. You know, turbo and all. If I really had my money up like that, it would be a Q50 Red Sport all-wheel drive. Used, of course, because Mr. Z doesn't make that type of money to be buying no $60,000 new car. Excuse me. And that's 60 for the all-wheel drive and all the nice stuff. And by the time I'm done with it, yeah, nope. Right. Clutch it. CVT 100% guaranteed to fail. I'm putting a tranny cooler. There's a bunch of them running around with the tranny coolers that haven't. For those of you that hear tranny cooler, we're talking about transmission, not the sex change, right? But yeah, they put the tranny coolers on them, which for those of you that, it looks like a baby radiator, right? That's what a transmission cooler looks like. But yeah, so they put the tranny cooler, and then as long as you don't make crazy power and torque, it doesn't blow up on you, right? So yeah, but yeah, I said all that to say I know what comes with wanting one of those, especially in this environment. A bunch of people make fun of them, they're ugly, whatever, and I acknowledge they're pretty weird looking. I still want one, and they're not even super spacious. But by the time, if I get one in the next 2 or 3 years, by the time I have kids that big, I'll be done moved on to something bigger anyway, right? Something, you know. So this is what comes with it. I think the difference between men and women is that I don't know if it's that we're socialized to deal with criticism a little differently, but we know it comes with the territory. So when we do something, we just own it a little bit more. And I think also that goes to what Miss Chantel Bugs was saying about the self-awareness, right? Clutch, what Ford Taurus show do you have? The last generation with the all-wheel drive and the turbo? Right? According to Chris Logic, Tamara Mari chose better than her sister Tia. Well, we knew that was coming. We knew they were going to say that. Yeah, we knew they were going to say that. Right? And to go sit, Tracy 50-something still trying to show her cake off on the internet. Bruh, I mean, y'all know what that is. Or you had a 97 and a 92. Oh. So the 97, was that the Bubble Eye one? The 92 was the first generation Ford Taurus show, I think, right? And then I think the 97 is the bubble eye one, if I'm not mistaken. Right? Yeah, Mr. Z know his car stuff, y'all. Mr. Z know his car stuff. But yeah. And by the way, Ford Taurus, you could say SHO or show. Either way, Ford Taurus guys know which one you're talking about. But yeah, so, you know, the reason I brought up the celebrity women, like I said, is just to paint the picture that it's not just the men, the women with all the access, the women with fame. You see how it's looking. I just listed off at least 20 women. And it's, right? And even the ones that ended up with white dudes, even the ones that didn't ever get married. Tracy Ellis Ross, like Indigo said, showing the cakes off. What y'all think that's about? The thirst trap pictures. Y'all forgot what's her name did that, like the instant, like her and what's his name divorced? Megan Good. Come on, man. Let's stop the foolishness, everyone. So Kidology, yeah, men have preferences and standards too. The power dynamic is what it is. The social scientists and the social engineers been working on this power dynamic for decades, and they got it pretty much to where they want it, and the women are screaming bloody murder. The women hate it just as much, if not more, than the men. The women have a certain level of social power and they hate it. They have the money and they hate it. They have the access and they hate it. They have the jobs and they hate it. They have the positions in schools and they hate it. They're in academia increasingly by themselves and they hate it. What you think the elite men are going to let you bump them off that much? They're not. They're going to let you be middle management position. They're going to turn y'all into buffer class. And as y'all chase after them while they mainly still marry the women on their same social economic level, and you then turn up your nose at the men on your level and economically below your level, you'll just be single. It's not the men, it's the women. And the sociologists are seeing that more and more, and they're saying it. They're late as hell, but on the fringes, they're saying it. So, Kidology, you're in Britain, I'm in the US. The social scientists got what they wanted. The women got what they wanted. Y'all should have saw this, and not, obviously she's younger, so not her in particular, but y'all should have saw this for the game it was when the elite were like, ooh, we'll empower more women and put them in the workforce. And look, ladies, you don't have to be reliant on men, and you can make your own money, and da 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 da. And women did do that, and they are doing that, and they're miserable. There's the ones that are fronting like they're not miserable, and then there's the ones that are telling you that they're miserable. And they're all miserable. Well, the younger women are too coy. Not coy enough. Right? And they're telling you what they think of men and what they won't settle for, and they call in the Kevin show, and they tell you the video that somebody put out a couple months ago of the sister walking on the sidewalk, the dark-skinned sister, telling you her standards are going to go up. She's in her 20s, and she was like, her standards are going to go up if she's still single by 40. Yup. So let me get this right. The 40-something-year-olds aren't necessarily happy, and they're still telling the 20-something-year-olds this foolishness to the point that the 20-something-year-olds are walking and telling you their standards are going to go up as they get older, so y'all ain't telling y'all messed up? See, At 36 years old, I'm telling the 20 something year olds how I messed up and how not to be like me. Choose up on the women that choose you and that really care for you, that really ride for you. That's what we say over here. Y'all telling the women some delusional, so y'all are delusional and y'all sending the women out, the younger girls out to be even more delusional than y'all were? Alrighty then. Clutch says, my mother's baby sister is the only one of her siblings that has managed to remain married. She was raised with her father. I'm, I don't want to expose something too much, but I'll just say, Clutch, I've seen that also. I think because they get to see men. You get to see a man when you're being raised by your dad, not just the Superman, right? Not the one that goes and checks on when the car battery dies, he goes and does that, or he comes out and changes the tire if your mom gets a flat or whatever. No, not just that. You get to see a man, a real human being. So you get to see when a man is exhausted. You get to see when a man is fed up. You get to see a man happy. You get to see a man sad. You get to see a man mad. You get to see a real human being. Before the age of 14 and 15, when you start feeling yourself and going through puberty. Well, some girls go through puberty as early as 9 and stuff like that. But still, right? When you really start feeling boys and stuff like that, definitely before you start dating as an adult at 19 and older, you get to see that 20 years before all the other people who start dating as adults at 18, 19, and 20. You get to be socialized with a man in home. You get to see a different power dynamic than the ones that think they can Lego piece this together and get all the best outcomes without none of the consequences. Right? You get to see what it really looks like as a young girl who turns into a woman and then gets married, and here's the important part, stays married. While your other homegirls are trying to piece together something. Trina B. Trina B says, I tell young women to decide right now if they want a family because they don't have a lot of time. But I don't think they believe that, Trina. We have to be honest with men and women. Yeah, okay. I'm willing to put this on the table. Socializing the men not to waste women's time. But if we could socialize the women not to waste their own time. The women are the ones who also think they have forever because they think they can do the same things the dudes do. Yeah, your child might come out a little weirdo if you wait too long to have a child. I think they said that increases the likeliness for the sperm, and increasing the likeliness that your child might have, some health issues or whatnot. But for women, there is no increase. It's done. By 50, for pretty much every woman, it's done. By 50. For different women, it's different, but pretty much across the board for women, by 50, it's done. There is no increased health issues. No, it's done. And no one's telling women that. It's a handful of you ladies, like you, Trina B, that's like, hey, young ladies, I'm telling y'all, decide whether you want to have a family a little bit earlier so you can at least work things out in your life for the best chances and the best opportunity. That don't mean you got to be 21 dropping babies off top, but let's figure something out here. But I don't think there's enough of you, Trina. There's most women are just trying to do what the worst of men do. Not even men, but the worst of men do. They trying to be George Clooney. Marry way late, have kids way late. You can't do that. Most men can't even do what George Clooney did. Right? Or trying to be Leonardo DiCaprio. Leonardo DiCaprio could switch them out every time they turn 26, 27. Most men can't do that. We don't have the finances to do it. Or the wherewithal. Some of us is just, well, I'm not doing that. I don't want no 20-something-year-old. I don't got nothing to talk to her about. Right? It's choosing the worst of men, seeing what they do, and then deciding that's what power looks like, so you want to imitate it. Right? And so while you're saying that, there's other women saying don't settle. Don't, the women with the huge channels on YouTube. I'm talking about particularly the black women. All they don't settle, don't settle, don't settle, don't settle. We're not talking about you ending up with a bum or someone that's 37 living on their mom's couch. No job, no anything. We're not saying that. But that's what it sounded like. It's like either I end up with a millionaire or with the guy sleeping on his mom's couch at 40 years old. When you listen to some of the women speak, that's the dichotomy. There is no brother, working, making his 45, his 50, his 40 grand a year, his 55. That guy might as well be the 40-year-old living on his mom's couch. When you listen to these content creators speak, and they're filling the young women's heads up with that dichotomy. Either you end up with the 6-figure and above guy, the 6-figure and 7-figure rich guy, and everything less than that is a guy sleeping on his mom's couch at 40 years old, smoking weed all day, scratching his ass, playing video games, and waiting for you to come along so that he can live off of you. That's the dichotomy. And that sounds like a very, very materialistic, capitalistic way of viewing the world. Why is Mr. Z bringing that up? Because it goes back to what I said. These women are saying, if I can't have the Benz S-Class, then I'm not driving the Camry. I don't care how reliable it is. And I think that's okay. I just want our society to own that a significant amount of women, now with this, it's not just black women, a significant amount of women think and feel this way, and deal with the fallout of the women thinking and feeling this way. Stop trying to shame the men. Right? Every time they poll, every time they study, every time they look at online dating, every time they do any of that, they don't discover anything new about men. Okay, men judge women off a smooth bell curve. 20% super attractive, 60% average or okay, 20% not so attractive. It's every time they do this, it's the women, they're like, oh my God, women view like 80% of men as just ugly and barely average. Barely average. And 20% of men aren't, they don't even see 20% of men as exceedingly attractive. They see 20% of men, give or take, as okay attractive. Yeah, all right. Every time they do any type of studies when it comes to sex, intimacy, the way women view marriage and relationships and money, they're astounded by what the women think and feel. They're not astounded by the men. Right? So when the women like Kidology talk about, men and their standards and our ideals, excuse me, that's what she's not speaking about. Y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And I'll end it right there, you guys. I've been on for way too long, right? I guess somebody hit the thank you button on the way out. I mean, well, on the replay gang, if you even got this far, I don't know who did. On the replay gang. Big Game said, but men are the ones with high standards. Which you mean for physicality? You mean we're saying we just don't want to end up with a woman that's shaped like a ball? You mean the bare minimum? We don't want to end up with a woman that looks like she's a hamburger away from a heart attack? You mean the bare minimum? You mean that? That's the trade-off? You realize that black men aren't even asking for you to be super fit? We should. We're not even asking you to be super fit. We're asking you to not be shaped like a pinball. Right? We're asking you not to be overly sassy for no reason, mean for no reason, and look at it as a positive character trait. That's the kicker. Sassy for no reason and then think it's a positive. Brag about it with your homegirls. Oh yeah, I got him together. I don't care how fine a chick is. If I'm walking through the store and I hear a woman say that, I'm going the opposite direction. If she on the phone, yeah, I got him together there. Nope, skirt. Next, nope. I don't want no parts of it. Shout out to all you brothers who had an oops baby from a woman like that. Oh my God. God have mercy on your soul. Right? Thanks for the super sticker, Indigo. Indigo said, even if you don't work out like that, just don't eat a bunch of garbage. Eat some vegetables sometimes. I'm saying, bro. And Demetrius says, also, Mr. Z, I remember on Themis channel, the ladies are classifying providers as those who can provide, protect, and give them lifestyle they want. It sounds hyperbolic though. Demetrius, when we say that, people think we're talking about a super slim select few of women. And at one point that was true. At one point, yes, all women wanted nice lifestyle, of course. But you know, I want to have experience. I want to have my life. I want to have I want to have children. I want to have a husband. You know, if I get that, I get that. If I don't, I don't. But I'm not going to let the dream of getting that discourage me from living my life and having a full, fulfilling life because I didn't get the lottery ticket dream. What more and more women are saying is, if I can't get the lottery ticket dream, I don't want anything. And when I say anything, I mean not a man, right? And our society don't know what to do with the repercussions of that because they keep on thinking it's only a sliver of women. Maybe a sliver of women are saying that online, but women's actions are showing. They want the lifestyle, and it's understandable because they were sold this lifestyle for decades. This is why y'all, I know some of my brothers in here, y'all, Mr. Z always railing against capitalism. I'm not a communist. I'm not on anything like that, right? But I'm saying there are drawbacks to this economic system that we're living through. And selling children on hyper consumerism for decades and then realizing that those children are now adults in their 30s and 40s and 20s and seeing the fallout of that primarily out of your girls, right? That's what we're seeing now. The TV shows were a commercial, the commercials were a commercial. Primarily directed at your girls. By the way, I'm not making that up. The execs said that. They sold young people, primarily the girls, on lifestyle. Fast forward 30 years later, 40 years later. And so we get what we are now. And so, you know, I'll pause right there. Like I said, I think going to what the theme is, what you said about